Dude, that is a
Let's see if it
record.
goes live this time, damn it. I should
That
have
was
known when it still
20
said
minutes.
scheduled up there. Let's see. It is.
Yo, we
It
thought we were
really is.
talking to you guys for like 20 minutes. I that's crazy. I saw Warsaw said,
Yeah,
"Coop, we're waiting on you." And I was like,
y'all.
"What?"
Dude, I'm having internet issues. I hit live earlier, but it never went live. And me and Dark were shooting the shit and we didn't catch on to it. So that's my fault, guys.
Dude,
Let's
that's
see. Let's see.
crazy. 20
Hey,
minutes. We're
what
playing
what I
shit,
always
talking.
say, I,
I was wondering because
oh
I was
man.
like, "Damn!" I said, "What's up?"
Hey,
I said,
no,
"What's
like I
up
said,
to
we always keep
Warsaw
it raw, dog. We'll let it ride.
G23, Man Against the Masses, come out in PLA." I said, "What's up to all of them?" And I was like, "Damn, they didn't even say hi back." What's up with that?
Yeah. Now now we got who is it? Angry Sarge jumped in, G23 jumped in, Fire Otter jumped in. What's up, guys? Now that
What up?
we're actually live, I think now.
Yeah, yeah,
I
we're
think
live.
we're actually live now.
That was good.
You
That was
you
good.
guys missed yeah, you guys missed the debut of my songwriting career. And I'm not
Yeah.
going back and doing it now. I'm gonna do a whole nother video on it later. But yeah, you missed
I
it
mean, I don't know. I think we
because
may have to
apparently
just
my
on
internet said,
principle
no, you
now.
can't go live right now, even though you hit the button 3 times. All right. But anyway, so now I go back through this. So this is a house. We're going to go through a house hearing. It's House Rules Committee. Going through the REINS Act, which is an act that says agencies can't just make up their rules. They have to go through Congress first. So they can't just publish a rule, put it up for comment period like ATF did, and then just go, hi, screw all of your comments. We're going to do what we want to do.
Yeah.
And fuck it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CNT Designs and Arms live stream. That wasn't live for 20 minutes while Coop and I started a show for 20 minutes. It wasn't live. It was actually pretty hilarious. I think he just um, may have unplugged his hard line to the internet, and I don't think it's gonna just like go right back to wireless. He started in another room, and we were live. Excuse me, and then he moved out to the other room because he said he's having some internet issues. Angry Sarge, what's up, brother? He says, "What's up, Doc? It's your boy Doc." Warsaw, what's up, brother? G23, what's poppin'? Mike McClune, Man Against the Masses, Madam. I've shouted you guys out like 3 times. I just didn't know earlier because we weren't live. Come out in PLA. What's up, fam? Good to see you. Ting Ting, what up? Dark does live. Dark is alive. Dark is alive. Um, man, while we wait for Coop to come back, I'll let you guys. Hey, Chamber of Defense, I see you back there in the beginning. What's up, brother? If you're still here, I'll let you guys know that I may not be coming back until July 1st because that I'm still sitting at 2 strikes. Okay, I've gotten 4 strikes in the last 120 days, and I've been constantly sitting at 2 strikes since I don't know, January, February timeframe, something like that. So I may not come back until July 1. And if I do that, what I'm probably going to do is just be coming up on other people's shows and trying to
Okay.
be as active as I can with you guys, but just not doing my own show because they will strike my channel and I don't want to lose my whole channel. So I'm figuring it out, you guys.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I'm back. For some reason, I unplugged from that, and then my camera decided to quit working.
Yeah.
it's
I saw you go fuck it
is
and
it
do
Monday
the
night already?
Ethernet thumb, and I was like, "Oh shit, that shit turned off like that."
Oh yeah, it was lights out for a second.
G23, I'm down. Just let me
So
know,
anyway,
bro.
yeah, 'cause- yeah, because I mean, we all know, man, the way YouTube is these days, which I'm expecting to start getting strikes like a motherfucker any day now. So me and Dark were talking about that earlier. Uh, and depending on what they do with mine, I might do like some other cats do. I might come on YouTube just for like the general highs and all that, and then shut the YouTube down and just be on Rumble.
Yeah.
Because even if I don't get as much traction there, or it takes longer to get traction, at least I have an outlet there, versus just being completely just shut down on YouTube.
Yeah.
So, and I understand that's why you're being so careful, because they'll shut your ass down. They don't give a damn.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's so crazy that like the way that I'm paying attention to the dates, like when the strikes came in, and they were so strategic with it. Like I got my first strike, and it your strikes basically live for 90 days. After the 90 days is up,
Yeah,
then they're gone. They expire, they're gone forever, right? So 80 days, exactly 80 days at the same time. 80 days after I got my first strike, boom, got hit with a second strike. Banned when you get hit with a second strike, you're banned for 14 days, which is a straight channel killer. It is a channel killer. I was
right.
getting, 60, 70, sometimes 80, 90 people in a live stream. And then you go 2, 3 at the time. I went almost 4 weeks without streaming, and then it was like, yeah, you'll have 40, 50, 60 people in a live stream, and it's just like dropping and dropping. Now this time I've been gone for damn near a month. If I don't come back till July 1st, I'm kind of like scared to see you know what the loss is going to be, so I'm working on it, y'all, but
Well, the good thing for you, man, is a lot of us that follow you are all. I mean, we're pretty well rabid fans. So you know, even if you're gone for a while, if we figure out you're coming back at a certain date, we're going to be there.
I appreciate that, man.
I know all of
Y'all
us at will be there.
y'all are like the reason that I continue doing this, man. This is just the ability to come in and feel like I have a community and have all y'all come together, and the things that we've been able to accomplish, right? As you know, small, tiny little channels. JC9, what's up, brother? We're small channels, right? But a whole bunch of us are all rocking together. We've done so much. We've helped contribute to people's legal funds. We've contributed to a
Yeah,
lot of people. So that's really important to me. And that's what this is all about. To answer Ting Ting's question, Ting Ting, I'll be honest, it's sore. It's been a little swollen and throbbing, and I think, I don't know if maybe it was injured or something, but right around the base, it's starting to get discolored, like a bluish tint. So I don't know. Something needs to happen for some relief of my deck, but
well,
it's been a few
see,
days.
dark, you were the inspiration that made me have to make the blue ballers.
Yeah, right.
So you know, I mean, honestly, you were the inspiration for the blue pistols, but now we call them the blue ballers.
Yeah, right. It's funny. There's a lot of inspiration of the blue guns. Like let's be real. Like I didn't see a lot of people coming out the woodwork with blue guns, and now it seems like it's a little more common. Maybe people just got tired of Flat Dark Earth and fucking black and red. Jesus Christ, if I see any more black and red, I'm gonna puke. But like for me, the blue logo, the blue, just blue everything. Seeing a blue gun, I always looked at like cert guns and blue guns and shit, and I was like, man, like why don't people make these like for real, like real guns that are blue? And I guess it's so they don't accidentally shoot the people they're training with. That's okay, but you can definitely
Yeah.
have dope execution on blue guns, and they look so fresh. Like that one you did looks great.
Let's see. Let me see. Do I have it? Do I have what to do? I'll
Dark
show
be
something. Then
looking
we'll
like
do
Mark
this. We'll do
Wahlberg
this.
stunt double.
Do this hearing, or at least a little bit of it.
I'll be right over with the STD Q-tip checks.
Because and the main
Oh,
reason I want to show that.
sorry. I don't know. I don't know if anybody has ever gotten the
Dude,
STD swab in the pecker hole before they could just do piss and blood and
I
shit.
have,
Oh man, yeah, that's no joke. The only way to describe it is
dude, I
like,
had
if you take. Go ahead, go ahead. There's a little bit of a delay. I don't mean to talk over you. Go ahead. A lot of bit of a delay.
I was gonna say I had it done one time. Now we're acting all stupid again.
You're back.
Come
You're
on,
pixely, but you're back.
camera. Yeah, dude, I had a reaction to a spermicide one time, and I thought I had caught something. Matter
Huh.
of fact, my girlfriend at the time's teeth probably got saved when dude said, "No, it's an infection." I went, "What kind?" This kind. I went, "Okay, yeah, I don't get to punch
Damn.
anybody in the mouth today." Yeah, that's an uncomfortable feeling.
Oh, yeet.
It's like
It's kind of like,
mm,
when you take a piss, when
it's
you, drop a deuce,
not a
it's
cool
a
feeling.
really like relieving feeling. It's a really like relaxing feeling. Imagine the exact opposite multiplied by 10, and you got to work up a what do you call it? Like a halvesy. You got to work up like a partially, partially erect cocker spaniel. It's like, bro, I what's it called? What's it called? Damn. I'm totally drawing a blank on what you call it when
I don't know. You got me on this one.
it's like when your dick's like halfway hard. What do they call it? Um Damn, I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank, but yeah,
Uh,
it's a no-go. A
Normally just
sim
called a half chub, but
a semi. Yeah, I was trying to I'm like, "What
semi.
the hell?" Yeah. Now, Biden calls it a fully, but, the ATF calls it a fully, but they've never seen a throbbing deck before.
Yeah, well,
A healthy throbbing deck.
let's see. Let's see if this one's it. Just so everybody knows what I'm talking about. Let's see if it'll go through. Come on, you can do it.
Fluffed up semi.
Is it
Oh,
gonna go through?
shit. You
Internet,
guys are
internet,
great.
wake up, internet.
Semi erect. It's a semi. Dude, that's awesome. You guys are great. Semi flaccid, madam.
A semi-wrecked.
Yeah. Angry Sarge. I'm sitting here
Oh
wondering
man,
why
there is
we're
a
talking about
freaking
decks in this bitch.
uh Sarge has been around long enough. He ought to know this shit goes off the rails quick.
Yeah. Half mast come out in PLA. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, yeah. Sarge has definitely been around long enough. He ought to know shit goes crazy.
Oh
There's
yeah.
no rhyme or reason.
Yeah, he knows what's up. Yeah, I picked up one of these cobalt uppers. It's an almost exact match of the cobalt frame, and I got some
Yeah,
of the cobalt 19 frames coming in. I've ordered a bunch of these like actual frames, and I got a bunch of the V3 Rhino AR lowers and jigs, and I don't really want to sell them because I don't trust that the ATF, even though I'm protected by the injunction and it should be totally lawful for me to sell on DLD hardware, I don't trust that the ATF wouldn't still come after me for some bullshit. So I'm thinking of doing like some type of like members only giveaway or something like that. And, supporting the channel members that have always supported me and doing something like that. It'll only be like $1,000 to enter. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Let's see, I might have to try to figure something out with this damn internet in a minute. Because this thing's going
ATF next
fucking
Glory Holes.
retarded.
Sarge,
Here, let me do
hell
this. Let me
no.
stop my cam.
Yeah, I'll stop my cam too.
Video file. I'm gonna try to get this shit figured out. Because it's fucking annoying as shit that all of a sudden my internet's going stupid. It's been running good all day.
Sarge, I will never give away the Ranger holster. That shit is extremely
Sure,
rare. I didn't know how rare it was, but I went to the range and I was shooting with that thing today. Holy moly. Yeah, JC9. I got the FN 510, 23 rounds of 10 milli in that BH.
What the fuck is going on with this internet?
You know,
why it wants to
for screen sharing and,
stupid
and
all of a
stuff like
sudden.
that, you may have a tough time with that. You not to, I mean, you do your thing, it's your stream, but you may want to maybe if you boot me, that would reduce the bandwidth, or I don't know if you want to give it a shot or try it another time. It's up to you, brother.
See, this thing's roboting so fucking hard it ain't even funny right now.
Anytime you screen share, it's making you robot and slow and delayed as well. Yeah, I feel you, Angry Sarge. I gotta say though, I like the M9. The M9A3 is my go-to gun on my kit, and I'm glad I picked that up. Thank you for the recommendation. And now there's only two more that I see on the internet, like at all. So I agree. I'm glad that I got one too. That thing is diesel. It is solid. It is absolutely worth every dollar, especially being that I only paid $85 for it. Abigail, welcome. Fire Rider, what's up, brother? $100%. What I would like to do is have a holster like that Ranger holster for the Beretta, exactly like that, but for the FN 510 10 millimeter. That shit would be badass.
Let me see, I'm getting rid of some stuff. We might just end up having just a straight out BS session tonight for a little while and say fuck
I'm
it.
down.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I just had to get rid of a couple things.
Yeah, I'm down. If it's giving you
And
problems,
yeah, it's just acting stupid. Fuck it. We're just going to have a bullshit session and hang out. So we're not sharing the pain. Well, we've already shared enough pain with me trying to get through my internet bullshit.
man.
So fuck it. Let's just hang out and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to C&T Designs and Arms. Tonight we're going to be discussing Coop. Coop, what do you have to say? It's one of those nights where it's just not going very well for Coop. I feel terrible. Boomer got hella mad because I told him that buying a Magwell won't fix his lack of training. Bro, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I saw this dude on Twitter that shot himself in the arm with a 40 cal, and he said that if you don't have any self-inflicted gunshots, that it's because you don't train enough. Sorry, you back?
Yeah, I don't want to train that way.
Yeah, I train not to shoot
Uh,
myself.
yeah, that's kind of the way I train, to not put holes in myself. I train to put holes in other people who are threats, but not put holes in myself.
Exactly, right? The holes are
And
supposed to go
I
on
want to
the
do some.
other side.
Yeah, yeah. I want to do some more medical training and shit, but I don't want to do it that way either, where
Yeah,
I'm training to like, oh no, no, I don't
bro.
want to do that.
I will
There
tell
was a
you
whole
that,
buddy,
like, go
dude. There was a dude on the range. I remember he's wearing a cowboy hat. He had a pretty big channel. I think he still does. Shot himself in the fucking leg on the range.
yeah, with a 45,
Oh
1911.
shit! I just shot myself.
I
Yeah,
just shot myself.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to train that way.
Yeah, I know it,
Yep.
man. M. Gabriel, what's up, brother?
Gabriel,
Good
what's
to see
up,
you.
brother?
You can't have Band-Aid without
I think what it
MD.
is, someone fucks with my internet, man. Every time I try to share the pain, they're like, "Nope, screw it. We can't watch that shit.
Yeah, right. They're like, we don't want to see
Shut
it.
down the signal. Shut the signal down."
Tex Grebner. Okay, yeah, I never knew who he was. I just know that the
Yeah,
dude
fuck it, man. I
shot
know the
himself.
feeling. I don't want to see it either.
Hmm. So, all right, you got a really good
Turn
point.
my computer
Give me
sound up
one
a little bit.
second.
That was big text. Yeah, I think so. Yep. So yeah, we've had all kinds of fun tonight, Gabe. You done missed it, man. Me and Dark were on for like 20 minutes, and then Dark figured out that we weren't even live. Um, my internet's going stupid again. Um, fuck me running. It's one of those nights. Come on, Warsaw. Let me throw a link in the chat, man. Matter of fact, anybody can jump in. Fuck it. Let's sit down and we'll shoot the shit. Let me copy this. Get rid of that.
I'll do you one better, bro.
Yeah,
Hold
shit,
on.
man. Sarge, you want to jump in? Fuck it. God damn. There we go. Now I got that pinned. Fuck it. There we go. Now we're here. Now we're here. Abigail, what's up, sis? How you doing tonight? So Abigail, yeah, it's been one of those nights. We were gonna share some pain, share some video, and my internet's acting up, so now we're just gonna hang out. Let me get G2 in the stream. Come on, computer. You can do it. G2, give me a sec, G2. I'm trying to add you, and this motherfucker ain't wanting to do it. What the hell's going on? There he is. What's up, G2?
What's up?
What up?
Anyone that's willing to shoot themselves,
Yeah.
I don't care if it's a 40 or a 45, they're probably the same kind of person that's going to put their deck in a 330 trap and then try hitting it with 440 electricity.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is,
they
but
don't,
that
they
sounds
don't play
bad.
well with their dude. G2,
Easy to have equipment
man,
malfunctions.
yeah. Dude, I started following that cat. I think I found him from you. I think he's the armed felon or whatever. Um, I gotta get with him, man, and see if he wants to do a show one night about getting the restoration of rights and shit like that. I know you've been wanting to do one forever. I just couldn't make it on the show.
So my last couple lives that I've been doing have actually, I broke down, I did restoring your rights in Washington State, and I've done restoring your rights in Florida. And I've missed the last 2 Saturdays because I dislocated 2 bones in my foot. So sitting
Dude,
for
don't be
any
kicking fat Hooper.
so any for like sitting for any length of time is not very fun.
Oh no,
I can
no.
imagine.
Warsaw, what's up, brother?
What up? Oh, and Dark already marked up a bottle.
Yeah, I put googly eyes on him too. I don't know if you saw that.
Dude,
Yeah,
I gotta find
That's fitting.
280U sent me one of the like plate carrier koozie things. Either
Dude,
he
this
did or
is
you did. It was one of you
this
two
is
because you guys sent them to me about the same time.
so I got this from Crump's house. I was joking, right? Like we were together and he has so Safelite makes this new like ultra concealable
Give me a second. I'll
like
be right back.
paper thin level 3A armor, right? It's crazy. It's like over $1,000. It's nuts. And we were talking about it, and I was actually possibly gonna uh, buy it from him. And I'm like, yeah, needs some more armor, even though I got like 4 sets. It's like, I need some more armor, and I need a new plate carrier. And at that time, I was looking on his like one of his workbenches in his gun room, one of his gun rooms, and I saw this and I was like, oh, maybe I'll just get this as the new plate carrier. And he was like, dude, it's a koozie. It's a koozie for I was like, what? He's like, yeah, if you want it, it's yours. I was like, oh hell yeah, that's like the best thing in the world. I need to find a way to attach like little muscular arms to it somehow though, like with travel tattoos or something. I don't know.
Crazy thing I was thinking about this. It's like the plate care for Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, I know, right? I could put it on one of my daughter's toys or something. Hey, does it have the little bullet patch?
No, it says build safe or yeah, it doesn't have the bullet patch though.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I've seen these off of Etsy, actually, believe it or not.
Dang.
I'll show you something
Definitely.
else I still got.
Bro, I literally got one right here. There's only 10 left for
No,
sale.
I'm still waiting for my Darks packs.
If
Here's
you, I'll
something
say,
else I got that I'm proud of. This is my 2A baseball card or
nice.
gun card, whatever you want to call it.
I got 2 of the llamas from him, and he sent me a bunch of 2A stickers too. G23, I did promise you one, so are you back on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on IG
Until
they figure it out and nuke me again.
Yeah, I won't say anything, promise.
Nah, Gabe, I'm gonna have to find that too because I want to read. That's another thing I want to read is that freaking denial of the injunction.
Kurt, did you not get? I thought I put in a patch in the last package I sent you when I extended my package to you.
Hey, I have Dark's blue ballers.
He does.
Well, I have blue ballers inspired by Dark. Does that make it even worse that my blue balls are inspired by a guy?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured it probably did.
Well, I mean, if it's going to be inspired by somebody, at least, Dark, not so horrible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the worst,
Yeah, he is a sexy piece of man meat. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I'll be honest, dude. The one thing I've not taken seriously for the past several years is my physical health, and like now I'm like all right, I'm done with being a fat lazy piece of shit. So I'm working on myself. I'm down like almost 15 pounds. I'm happy,
Dude,
but
good
I'm
deal, man.
certainly not where I want to be. So I'm gonna keep working on that.
Right. Yeah,
Yep.
I was back down to about 170 for a while, and then I jacked my back up. Now I'm back to 215.
Mm,
So
Well,
yeah,
darn.
I gotta get to where I'm back and doing something.
since the beginning of February, I'm down 45 pounds.
Shit, good deal, man.
Nice. That's awesome, dude.
Dude, if I could lose a good 30 and get back down to 30 would put me at about 180 or so, depending on what I'm wearing and EDCs and all that. I'd be feeling pretty
Yeah. If I
good.
could
What's up?
lose another 30. Yes, JC9. I cut the McFlurry since last August. I've been So this coming up August will be a year, and I've had one McFlurry that I shared with my daughter. Hold on, Kurt 24. Yeah, Kurt, I know I got to get the multi-tool out to you and to
Right.
come out in PLA. You know how I've been losing weight. Like I said, I lost almost 15 pounds. You know how I've been losing weight? You'll never guess.
Eating out
Masturbation.
sodas.
No, I actually that's something I did a long time ago. Soda is terrible for you, and I stopped drinking soda by switching to seltzer. But the way that I've been losing weight is just all throughout the day. I put on my special education workout helmet.
And it won't let them eat anything.
Once you don this helmet, you can no longer do anything like eat, drink, things like that. It increases your your metabolism, your libido. It
You need your
also
full face mask for it, though.
you know what? I should just put on a KN95 and call it a day. It also cures diabetes. It cures. It's known to improve the likelihood of death from cancer, and do a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah, I got to get me one of those then.
Dude, Team Wendy, all the way, bro. I am officially
Hey.
part of Team Wendy. Hey,
It's
Clint Eastwood, good to see you.
it's probably not California compliant.
You know what?
Well, it's probably known to cause cancer in the state of California.
Well, funny when I got it, I had to pull off a label that said it was Prop 65. It causes cancer and stuff in California. What's up, Warsaw? What's up, brother?
Coop, I got to make this announcement. All right,
What's that?
you look like Wild Bill. I already, I'm not going to argue, but you do look like Wild Bill.
Which Wild Bill? Like
From Deadliest Catch.
Deadly Catch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Dark, I believe he looks like Chris Pratt to a certain extent.
who?
Oh,
Chris
hey,
Pratt,
so-
Star-Lord,
Oh yeah,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
That's my guy, man. He's beautiful. I'll take that.
let me do something. Hold on. Since I can't pull anything else up, let me see what
What is it on your helmet there?
This is G24 Wilcox,
The sticker.
and then I got
The audio.
one of the last DLD patches.
It's a patch, not a sticker.
Yeah,
Patch.
patchy patch. Yeah. Dark, you got PBS 31s. Man, fuck. Okay, so I am going to purchase a what do you call it? So it's a PBS 14. It's an L3 Harris made tube, white phosphorus, but I am going to get the aviation quality, aviation grade PBS 14. I'm considering getting the aviation grade instead of the standard, but I don't know. I need to look through them and actually see. The one that I was messing with was just a standard PBS 14, and I'm just gonna rock solo tube. I'm not doing binos, and I don't know. I may like look. I don't sell guns at all. Like I will only buy, even if I could. I mean, I have like a lot of redundancy in my ownership,
You
but
have lots of New York reloads.
yeah, yes.
That's where you just
Um,
Mhm.
empty and throw.
yeah, but I have such a bad habit that like if I see something like I saw a PSA dagger at a local shop for like two something, and it had it was the tungsten gray suppressor height sights, threaded barrel, and I'm like, ooh, I should get that. And I'm like, fucking why? I have like over 2 dozen 19s. Like there's no reason. So I was thinking about it and I was like, well, if I were to sell some of the guns that I've been hanging on to that I don't necessarily need, then I could fund my night vision,
Dark, you might talk to somebody that I know who might be able to get you some night vision for a decent price.
Yeah. Integrity Firearms.
No, go out to and talk to Spectre Solution.
Yeah, Spectre Solutions would be the man.
Spectre Solutions. I'm
Yeah.
not familiar.
Yeah, he's a friend of Christmas
Yeah,
740.
Yep.
Yeah.
He,
Yeah, I just started following Spectre not too long back. He seems like a cool cat.
yeah,
I'll check them out.
Matter of fact,
he's got the hookup on night vision, and if you tell him that you're maybe friends with me, he might
Charge me
be
more.
like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you know him."
yeah,
All right, cool.
I'm sorry.
I'll
I'm
do
going to
that.
give you these for the cheap because you'd have to deal with him.
I'm gonna be honest though. I have a tough time veering from. I don't know. So I'll put it like this. The guys over
Yeah.
at Integrity Firearms were basically like, look, we with the way the world is going, we don't really make a whole shitload of money off night vision anyway. What they primarily focus on is they're an 0702 SOT, so they do a bunch of gun shit and transfers, transactions. They were like, we want as many, like, we call them dirty civilians out there as possible with the superpower to see at night. So he was like, we're gonna give you let's call it close to cost, and they'd be willing to work with other people too if you tell them, so I don't know. I mean, I'm happy to talk to this dude too. I just kind of feel like I already gave a commitment to
Yeah.
Integrity.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to do a dirty civilian plasma cut.
Yeah,
Oh, hell yeah.
I've gotten into
That
night
is
vision.
well. Here's Spectre Solutions channel. I'm posting that. But yeah, I have to do.
Ting Ting said, "Can I get a
What'd you
javelin
say?
from them?"
I was saying I'm starting to get into night vision. Like history.
I
they
would like
actually-
a javelin.
No, but what was it? Last week actually. Have you guys ever seen that movie Kandahar that just came out?
I don't think so. No.
So Kandahar, it's a
no.
movie based on the Middle East. So what happened there was this is basically kind of partially a true story. We actually, they claim that we actually gave Iran malware, and we actually exploded one of their nuclear facilities, and somehow we were affiliated with it. But it was actually the Israeli Mossad that was actually responsible for that. Yeah, but it's really interesting because anyway, I was watching a movie at theaters. The guy who's actually part with the CIA is actually driving with the interpreter in his truck, and they're driving at night. There's lights are off, and he's just seeing through his night vision, like on this helmet. And I'm like, hell yeah, dude, that's badass.
Dude, I've seen a bunch of videos where dudes are driving and flying with nods. You got to get a lot of time behind them because of the whole depth perception thing. But
Yeah.
dude, I mean, when I heard that they made aviation grade, I was like, all right, I've heard of some people flying, like very elite mofos, like super go fast dudes flying, but like this is like for real a thing.
Night
So
Stalkers and
yeah, Angry Sarge, that Mark 19 life though, bro. My setup is a
that
Mark
was
19, unless you're talking about the Mark 19 40 millimeter belt fed, which I don't have that.
So there's too many choices
I
out in
would
the
like
side
one.
chat.
40 millimeter grenade launcher belt fed.
Ooh. I don't see too many choices, and I'm sorry, I was
Too
thinking
many
Mark
choices, my
18.
brother. Fuck the NFA and the ATF.
Mm-hmm. Oh my
Well,
god,
he's
I
part
need.
of that 40 gang,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
I was going to let him know that I have found a dedicated 4010 can that is
Really?
not based off of 45 can.
Well, which can is it?
Oh, you want a link to it?
Sure.
If it kicks me out, I'll jump back in.
40
Yeah,
millimeter
yeah.
fanboy. I am too, and I've never fired them.
You can send it later too. You
You,
don't feel like you have to do it now.
you give me a chance to go fire a 40 millimeter grenade launcher. I am there.
Bro, give me some
But me and my dad were out
HEDP
on the
rounds.
river. Oh, dude. Me and my dad were out on the river, what, 2, 3 weekends? Yeah, it's been about 3 weekends ago now. And I think they were having the best ranger competition. But they had Black Hawks flying low over the river, circling and shit like that, just playing, flying around, goofing off. And dude, I would love to get a good ride on a Black Hawk where they were just like freaking whipping it and doing all sorts of crazy shit. Dude, that would be a blast to me.
Hell yeah, that'd be dope.
We had one a couple of years ago. One of the air shows was in town, and they had a Black Hawk come over us on the river, just flying at treetop level, just like mapping the river, flying, just freaking cooking. And I was, man, that was like fucking, man. Where do I pay to get that ride? Because dude, that would be freaking awesome.
Hey, I gotta add this. So one of my lovely viewers sent me a video, and it's something that is really important to me. Thank you, G23. I see it right
Yeah,
here. It's something that's really important to me that I also think you guys it'll resonate with y'all as well and everyone in chat. Um, do you mind if you put me on full screen and let me show this video real
no,
quick? Okay, cool.
no. Solo layout, right?
Yep. Okay, so you guys know that there's been some interruptions in my
Yeah,
life
okay.
and business, unfortunately, due to uh, certain things, and I've had friends heavily impacted by a certain government entity. One of them being Matt. A lot of you know Matt, Cirrus Firearms,
Yeah.
and I wanted to send a message. Um, this was sent to me by Kurt24, good friend of mine. I'm gonna have to move my mic though to make this work though, so hang tight. All right, come on, baby. Let me turn
Yeah,
that
we
gain
got you.
up.
Do what you got to do. Oh, not the game.
The game, baby.
He's turning his game up.
All right, let me see if this works. Can you guys still hear my audio?
Yeah, we got you.
All right.
Hey, ATF! You Okay, now what we're gonna do after the show today, Ted, is you're are we gonna edit any of this today? No, I gotta tell you, I have had it with these jackbooted thugs that went. By the way, here's a summation. Hey, ATF, you're not a lawmaking agency. You're a law enforcement agency that shouldn't even exist. We should get rid of the ATF. We should get rid of the FBI. We should get rid of the DEA because you're wasting fucking money and you're not accomplishing shit. We've spent trillions of dollars with you goofballs, and all the problems you're supposed to correct are worse now than when you started. How about eat fucking die, you jackbooted communist pieces of shit? Why don't you go to a drag queen event and suck on camera? I don't know what you want to edit out of that, but I love it all.
Holy.
He's pretty cool.
Ted Nugent is awesome.
Oh,
Dude.
Ted taking it hard.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the man.
No, here's the thing. You talked about those agents.
You want
Here's
to
the
talk
thing.
about?
Go ahead.
No, well, I was going to tell Dark. I was talking. I had to go pick up some meds from the pharmacist the other day, and the DEA has been messing with pharmacists. Any kind of narcotics, they've been messing with it hard for the past few years.
Get off my narcotics.
Yeah, well, literally a few years ago. Well, longer than a few years. But I could call one of my doctors that I was seeing and be like, "Look, this." I'll give you for instance. They had me on a bunch of hydrocodone at the time, and I called them up and I was like, "Look, dude, this stuff is not working." I just called them over the phone, and the doctor went, "Okay, we'll call you in this other prescription. Just take what you got. Just go ahead and toss it. Switch up the whole prescription." Now, it's insane to even get any kind of help with pain medication. But the doctor, I went and had to pick up a prescription the other day. It was Friday, and the pharmacist was telling me, he said, that some of the meds you take to basically get off of a lot of these narcotics. He said the DEA for a little while, or they were being pushed for a while, and then the DEA sent out a memo a couple months ago and said, "Look, you guys need to push these." And then within a day or so, sent out another memo and said, "Look, you're only getting so much of these a month," because they set up these quotas. And it was like that for a couple of months. You couldn't get Suboxone and a couple other things for a little while. And then now they've switched it back up and they're like, "Oh, you can get all you can get." He said it's like a roller coaster. You don't even know what to tell your freaking people half the time, because one minute it's okay and the next minute the drugs are actually helping people get off these things. The DA's fucking with those too.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, just from my personal experience, y'all know I've been clean for over 12 years. This November will be 13 years clean, and I'm on a medication. Now, granted, I'm, still on the medication, but I just, it's a long story to it, right? Like they started me way too high, like 10x what I should have been on, and then I fell off the wagon and then came back on. So my tolerance was like up here when I went back out, on the streets, and it was bad. But anyway, I found out that I was allergic to on Suboxone. You have buprenorphine and naloxone, right? I found out that I was allergic to the naloxone, and I was, putting the meds under my tongue, and I was swallowing all the shit instead of spitting it out. So I was getting all this naloxone, and it's not supposed to be active, but I was having all sorts of issues with it. Don't need to get into the issues I was having, but they switched me to something else. They switched me to pure buprenorphine, and it was originally made for pregnant or breastfeeding women because it doesn't have a Narcan-like effect. If you have opiates on your receptors and you take Suboxone, it rips all that shit off. The supposedly inactive ingredient, right, rips all the shit off your receptors and whatever. And so I switched over to Subutex, which is just buprenorphine, and they'd originally made it for, like I said, for pregnant or breastfeeding women. The state of Virginia came out and said it is illegal for anyone to be on this medication unless they are a woman, a pregnant woman, or a breastfeeding woman. So I've been on this medication just waiting for the shoe to drop, even though I have like a medical reason to be on this. And my doctor, every time he writes me a script, is risking his effing license just to give the best possible care that he can, and they're making it as difficult as possible, but yet they're shoving it down the throats of all these people that are like, addicted to 5 milligram Vicodin. They're like, take this, it's only 100 times more powerful than morphine, which is true. And it's all sorts of issues with that shit, man. It's for the birds, man. I much would have I would have rather been handcuffed to a bed for 2 weeks and gotten clean than fucking stuck on this medication for nearly 13 years that made me fat as fuck. And it slows down everything, your digestion, your metabolism, your desire to get up and get out and move. And it's terrible, but it's fucking brutal. It is excruciating to get off of this shit. I got off of it for 90 days before, and I was still in full blown withdrawals.
Yeah.
Fucking
And
crazy.
withdrawals are
just
really
remember-
bad, man.
Just remember, Dark, you identify as a lesbian trapped in a man's body.
Exactly.
Therefore, you can
Well, look-
be on it because you are a female.
I am a woman, right?
Kurt said that he identifies as a breastfeeder, but no, Kurt, I have to correct you. He has to identify as a chest feeder.
Yes, yes.
You have to get those right.
And it would have
Chest
to
feeder,
be
but-
a
chest
chest feeding birthing person.
You know, yeah, I was gonna bring something up for you guys. All right, so we know about
Yeah.
all these agencies that Ted Nugent called out, right? Well, let me
Yeah.
ask you this: do you think there's also
Yeah.
another one that's out there we're not aware of?
What's that?
I'm talking like an agency that we don't even know of or even heard of. Anyway, there
Oh,
was
I'm
there's a
What's
incident happened a couple days ago. Let me fix this mic, this cable. All right, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, man.
So there was an incident in Arizona. Cooper here, I'll drop the video. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like there's
Dude,
been
I
reports
can't
of
hear the
UFOs.
video, man.
You can't?
His
Yeah, you're
service
gonna
has
have to
been
you're gonna have to
dropping out.
explain it to us because if I try
right,
to
I'll
do a
stop it.
video, my internet's gonna go to shit again.
All right. But anyways, we all know about the possible. We've seen like footage all across the skies, possible UFOs and aliens and shit that's been going on in the news now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was an incident in
Yeah.
Arizona now. There was actually a possible ship actually landed on some guy's property, and there's 2 gray aliens on their property, and the police actually got involved.
What?
You can watch the video right there. Just you
I
can even
heard
see
about
the
that.
actual. Yeah.
That's crazy. I mean, I knew that they were going to try to use the whole alien and UFO thing as kind of like a red herring. Like, look over here. Don't look what this hand is doing.
But
You know?
no, it wouldn't surprise me though if the government was trying to keep this stuff hidden, like say keep it on the down low end. But over the years, it's been coming out to light. If I don't believe in aliens and UFOs, but nothing would surprise me if our government was trying to keep it a secret.
I mean, I think it may be that, and
My-
I don't
my-
necessarily
okay.
disagree with you. I think it just sorry, Coop, just real quick. I think it may be the opposite. I think they're
ahead.
trying now to bring it to light. Like I think that they've been hiding it for so long that they may try to use it as a tool of some sort to I don't know, to manipulate us in some way. But I'm also kind of pessimistic when
it's-
it comes
it's-
to things like that.
But let me hit Mike's comment real fast. Mike, in same situation. Me and my wife, after our son was born, so we have 2 kids, and my wife asked the doctor about getting her tubes tied. Or it may have been before my son was born. Either way, she asked the doctor about getting her tubes tied, and the doctor did try to talk her out of it. She said, "Look, you're in your 20s at the time." She said, there are plenty of ways to not get pregnant. Just hang on, think about it, because that's something that's hard to reverse. And then the doctor looked at me and went, "It's way easier for you to get fixed." And I was like, "Well, here we go. I can go do it real easy." So, I mean, that's what ended up happening. But yeah, doctors will tell younger women that, look, man, there are so many ways to not get pregnant. Don't run out to do something that is damn near permanent to solve an issue that you don't have to go through that for, because there are other issues that happen when you do get tubes tied and all that. So yeah, doctors will tell young women that. Absolutely. But they will also tell guys, you can get your shit tied real quick. So
Yeah, and then you
but yeah,
can
back to the
reverse.
aliens. Yeah, and it is easier to reverse when you get a guy tied. It's not. It's not a. Trust me, it is an uncomfortable surgery. You would. I had a guy tell me when he had his done, he's like, "Yeah, I was fine after the surgery." Bullshit. I felt like I had a midget with a tiki torch setting my nuts on fire and punching me in them for a week.
Damn, that's brutal. Is
They're
it
gonna
that
get
bad?
surveyed.
See,
Literally, like,
I think it all depends on.
Rocky Balboa freaking.
I think it all depends on what procedure you
Go ahead.
have, because I had a non-scalpel ligation, and when I had my vasectomy, and I was back working the next day, no problems.
Oh, I was back at work. And I had what 2 holes in my nut sack and everything else like that. However, my nut swelled up and it felt like I had a midget burning them, setting on fire, and punching him for 2 weeks. I told my boss, because my boss is one telling me, he said, "Man, the surgery like killed him." Said that dude was in there just yanking and pulling like killed him. He said
So-
after the surgery he was fine.
Did you have a
I
male?
got back at work after the second day and I told my boss, "You are a goddamn liar." Huh?
Did you have a male doctor or a female doctor?
What'd you say?
Did you have a male doctor or female that did yours?
Female. Well,
See, I had a
she
female
told
who
me she
did
was a
mine.
female. These days,
Yeah, I had a female who did mine, and it was, like I said, I had non-scalpel ligation, so they went in with a laser and just burnt, and it was super fucking easy.
This was a cut and tie. Yeah, no,
Ugh.
this was a cut and tie. And yeah, it was. And she was cute. The nurse was cute. You feel like you're fucking a pervert when they walk in there because you don't have any pants on, and there's these 2 women. But well, at least that's just me.
Now,
Last time I did that, I got charged.
did you have to shave your balls, or did they shave them for you?
No, they basically told me don't do that. Said there's no reason to do it, and they went in and did their thing. But matter of fact, for most surgeries these days, they will tell you not to shave before the surgery. If you're having something done on an area where there's quite a bit of hair.
They definitely
and
want
I
my
got
ass to
hair
shave.
yet.
I'm gonna tell you that right now.
See,
Dude.
both times,
Well,
both times I've had to
that whole
have
sex change
something.
surgery done.
Both times I've had to have something done down in that area, the vasectomy, and then with the flesh-eating bacteria, nurses did the nice shaving. Didn't have to worry about doing that myself.
Did they
Okay.
like when you went in to like for the
Why?
procedures?
Why?
Did they
Why's my
like
brain work-
what's up, Coop?
that sex change
Oh, sex change.
It's
When
when
you
you
guys went
transition.
in, did you guys did they like bring a camera in for the Guinness book for you guys too?
I'm pretty sure I hold the record.
You hold the record? Damn.
Well,
it.
he did win the biggest nutsack.
Yeah, it was a submission, but I don't think I won.
Dude,
Dude, I'm
was
watching
there
this
no
alien shit.
I can't,
This
I
this
can't
shit, my bad,
remember whether
Coop.
it was Twitter.
Go ahead, Coop.
No, I can't
We can
remember
work
whether it
with
was
the 10-second
Twitter
delay.
or where it popped up the other day. There was this article with this dude who had a sex change, and he's posting on Reddit his vag. And apparently that's the thing with sex change operations. And someone had the all sense to post. Well, that's because you turned your nutsack inside out.
Ew.
But hair, yeah.
Yeet.
So if you run into a woman that's got hair inside her shit, that may not be a woman. Things to look for, kids.
So to answer DB out there in the crowd, no, I did not have flesh-eating bacteria in the nutsack. It was right next to the nutsack that went from almost the anus all the way up to the belt line,
Oh,
and
Jesus
then
Christ.
filleted wide open. Yeah, it was pretty nasty. I got pictures, man.
I don't
My
want to see
nuts, my nuts were almost like the size of cantaloupes.
So this fucking
Oh my
internet.
god. Oh my god. Dude, you're not the only person. There was one of my viewers that had necrosis
yeah. Ow.
um in his area, and he
Steve,
almost
what's up?
died. He almost fucking died.
Yeah, that was
And
me. I did that almost in January. I was
damn.
a day away from a day or two away. If I would have gone into the hospital,
Ooh.
they said I would have gone sepsis and died.
Well, so that's almost exactly what happened. And so what happens, from what I understand from the people I've talked to that have dealt with this, is it starts out as a fungi, and then you end up getting an infection, and then necrosis and shit like that. So it's not something that you can just like deal with on your own, because you have fungi, an infection, and your skin is actually killing itself. I mean, it's dying.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
the medical term is called necrotizing fasciitis,
that sounds
Yeah.
delicious.
Taco, what's up?
or in layman's terms, flesh-eating bacteria.
Anyway, can we stop with the
Yeah.
weird medical topics over here?
Yeah, so the way my penis has a gentle
Oh,
curve. I'm
jeez.
just kidding. Sorry.
No, but I wanted to
Hey,
go
mine
back to
looks
the
like a
topic.
freaking left turn sign, actually.
Warsaw's like, can we just talk about fucking aliens, please?
No,
Can we?
no, I want
There
to.
was-
No, I
I'll-
was
I'll tell you this, and this is one. Hell, when I was a kid, I was 10 years old or so. I ended up with a like a gum disease, where basically it's kind of like that flesh eating virus, where my body was actually eating my gums.
That's fucking
That's a hell of a weight
Gingivitis.
loss program.
Tacos out there.
Um,
What's cracking? Taco
was it
Syndicate.
gingivitis?
Taco
Taco.
Syndicate, Z, Snoring Rich. What's up, fellas? Goonbeam. I love you, Goonbeam.
Are you
We
sure that
got
wasn't
all the
gingivitis?
cool cats in here. No,
Keep my
no, it was
Goonbeam
my gums. It was actually almost like an autoimmune process. My gums were actually
Damn.
eating themselves, basically.
Ew.
Night vision.
And yeah, I had to go through God knows how many different medications and some surgeries. And if it had kept going, I'd have lost every tooth in my fucking mouth. That's how bad it was getting.
Was it meth?
No. I didn't pick up the meth habit till after that.
Oh, okay.
And then I lost it. That's how I got so fat. So those of you who do you understand, once you get a meth habit, you at least have to keep it up a little bit.
Yeah, you
so
got to
you don't get
maintain
fat.
it. Yeah,
Yep.
you
Gotta maintain
Yeah.
the meth habit.
It's gotta be a no less than 2 years. I'm just saying, no less than 2
Yeah.
years.
And
So,
don't get confused. This is absolutely medical advice from C&T Designs and Arms.
Absolutely. Once you get a meth
I can
habit,
tell
you
you.
have to maintain that meth habit.
I've got that keg going on from only doing it for like a year and a half.
Mm,
so
tough.
Koopo, I have a question for you. Back, you
Yeah.
grew up in the 80s and 90s, right?
Yeah.
What
Nope,
do you know
we didn't
about
grow up till the 2000s.
Well, I'm still trying to grow up, but I
No.
was there in the 80s and 90s. I'll put it that way.
No, but what do you know about Area 51? I mean, have you heard things here and there when you were with your dad up at the bases or in the army?
Man, there's always things about Area 51. There's always the aliens are there, and
Area 51 is a cover story.
Skunk Works was there. You had a whole lot of really top secret shit going on there that I know 100% is there. And I think what a lot of people think they know about Area 51 and a lot of alien shit, there may be some of that there, but a lot of what people see is government technology that they just have not released publicly yet.
But there was a video actually I came across like this was like 10 years ago, but I remember still finding this on YouTube. They actually found an actual VHS tape back in the 80s or 90s. This was actually an interview back in 1997. they actually had footage of the actual base of Area 51 where they actually captured a gray alien and was interviewing it, and they were actually filming it on live on this VHS. And the guy who actually exposed it actually tells
Dude,
about it. What's up?
Who
You there?
knew the Greys language enough to actually ask it questions?
They got me, but this is what the guy said here. I actually got the small segment of the clip here.
Hesseman was intrigued both by the alien's appearance and by Victor's claim that the being arrived at Area 51 in 1989.
If it is authentic, it might be the most significant film ever published, ever shown on television.
For several years
Oh,
now,
we know he's lying. He's French.
reports that the
Yeah,
South African
right.
Air Force
Well,
shot down a flying saucer.
if you
Hold
talk
up.
to this alien being that supposedly got here from light years away or whatever, first of all, who knows his language? And then what do you ask him? What do you want on your subway?
I would guess that he's probably smart enough to speak English. I mean, I don't know.
Has really been in
This is the
Well,
part
so
I'm
then
talking about.
think about this. You're dealing with an alien being that has technology that is so far surpassed everything we know. Him talking to us would be like me having a conversation with a fucking baboon. Their technologies are so different.
Yeah.
I'm serious. In terms of technology and everything, this is me talking to a baboon and me getting hit in the face with a bunch of shit because
Yep.
the only thing the baboon heard was and he threw a pile of shit and hit me in the face.
Yep. Anyway, this was the guy that actually exposed the film to the public and sold it to the guys that actually get exposure. But this is what he said, and this actually kind of disturbed me. And I said, you know what, I'm in a kind of agreement, even though I don't want to accept the truth on this.
If the government has really been in contact with superior aliens, wouldn't we see some evidence of it? For instance, amazing new scientific discoveries.
Limitless free energy, a cure for cancer. We might if the government's motive were the betterment of mankind. The government's motive is control. And just as much as they crave control, they fear loss of control. Knowledge is power, but power does not necessarily confer competence. The people at the top of this program are intellectually very average. They're not capable of making proper use of what's been handed to them, but they have no intention of letting anyone else ever get a chance to solve the puzzle. And let's not forget there's also the real possibility that the government is being manipulated by the extraterrestrials for their own purposes.
You could have released this tape to the news media, but you insisted on being paid for it. Doesn't that cast doubt on your own motives?
Yes, and I was aware of that going in, but that's a cross I'm prepared to bear.
I like
find
to
it
get paid for
disgusting that
everything.
the most important event in human history is being kept secret simply because certain unimaginative officials have the power to do so. But at the same time, I do see the irony in my own actions. All I can say is, had I had the choice, I would not have insisted on profiting from this revelation. But since by lifting this veil, I've endangered not only my career, but possibly my life, I felt the need for some small measure of monetary freedom to deal with any eventualities. And let me say, I could have demanded significantly more money than I did if I had been willing to compromise my anonymity. There have been other whistleblowers who jumped at the chance to become celebrities, which I think casts even more doubt on their motives than some people may be casting on mine.
Do you believe your life is in danger as a result of making this tape public?
I would hope not. I would like to think my government is a little
If
more
he had that
civilized than
information, his
but at the
life's in
same time, I
danger.
don't intend to give them the chance to prove me wrong. At any rate, to a certain extent, I'm counting on being disbelieved. Obviously, they would like me to be perceived as a hoaxer. If something were to happen to me, if I should die suddenly in a freak accident, it would obviously lend credence to my story, and I assume they understand that and will act or not act accordingly.
Why should anyone believe this tape is authentic?
Use your own judgment. That's all any of us can do. There's been so much secrecy and disinformation over the last 50 years that it's become impossible to prove anything in the face of official denial. Of course, the flip side is nobody really believes anything the government says.
Robert Dean had
So yeah, You know,
Damn.
I'll even put the links to the actual video of what he actually was exposing. I
I'm,
mean,
sm-
this
I'm
is really
smoking that
disturbing.
alien icky sticky.
It looks like it, man. Is
There's the
Coop
video.
an alien?
It would not surprise me. Yeah, it would not surprise me if it came out that yes, the government had been talking to aliens. They were hiding all this technology that could produce freaking power for free and all this. That wouldn't surprise me whatsoever, because our government is designed around control of the people. And if
Mhm.
we ever got free enough where we weren't dependent on them, then they could no longer control us.
It'd be
So
over.
it wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me.
No, Coop, this actually did daunt me, and actually gave me some thinking. Technology back in the 50s and 60s actually advanced to the 70s and 80s. So look at the like our aviation, to our planes and our jets. I mean, we didn't have stealth bombers or stealth jets during that time, during the 60s or 50s.
Well, believe it or not, stealth technology came into basically the development process right after radar was developed in World War II. And radar and stealth technology is not this big magical thing. You have two things going on. You have to reflect a radar signature in another direction other than where it came from, or you have to reduce that signal to where it looks smaller. So you actually have to absorb that signal. So stealth technology to me is not this big magical wonderful thing. It's really not. Radar works like a light shining into a mirror. If you shine it into a mirror and it reflects back, you get that signature. So the stealth shit doesn't surprise me at all.
Mhm.
Other things that have been talked about with alien stuff does make me think. When you're talking about a vehicle, like one of them, there were some pilots, I think, on a commercial flight that actually videotaped it. One of them did on his phone, where you see something take off in one direction, and I can't remember, they kind of estimated the speed, but it was like super fast, and then it stopped in midair and then took off in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I saw
That's the
that.
stuff that makes me think, ooh, there's some shit going on there.
I mean, let's be honest though, right? Like we're at a point where, our technology, like look what we can do with deep fakes and with CGI and
Yeah,
all that shit. It's hard to truly believe, what something is when we see it, right? Like the videos from like the aviation, like the pilots and shit, where shit's just like zipping and zooming around and all that. I mean, that's definitely a little eerie, but at the same time, it's like we'll never know that it's true until it's confirmed and just dropped in
yeah,
front of us like that.
yeah. Because when
I,
we've seen those fakes in the past, um, crop circles. They talk, oh, crop circles, and they couldn't do this, and then you got a bunch of guys who do all these different crop circles, and then they show you how they did it. But then there's some crop circles where they go, look, when you look at the cellular structure of this, the cellular structure changed, and then in these crop circles it didn't. So
Yeah.
that's there's a difference in that.
Um,
But
how about the mutilations on, cows and cattle, especially with the part where they're missing organs and they got markings on their bodies.
well, again, that's another thing where you hear about it, but if I don't see that big dead bovine motherfucker on my lawn, then I don't trust it, because if we had a trustworthy media, if we had a media that reported facts and they reported this is what happened and they didn't have a narrative on everything, then I could go, well, yeah, okay, I can kind of see that. But when we have the deep fakes like Dark talked about, or even back in the day, even in days of VHS, we had people faking stuff. If we didn't have so much of that going on, then some of that would be believable. But
I
like
mean,
I
look
said,
at
these days, yeah,
it's sorry, I just want to add one thing. Look at like the video that
sure.
we just looked at of that ship falling out of the sky in Nevada or whatever, wherever it ended up. I'm not sure, but in the news story, they're showing the video and they're like, "Well, let's go take a look in the backyard," and then it blacks out the backyard and it says, "Due to privacy policies, we're unable to show this backyard." Like, what? I watch police videos of dudes getting shot in the face in backyards every day. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know if I believe the whole like, let us not show you the only thing that would confirm our claim.
Yeah. It's
I
kind of
mean,
like, Bigfoot stuff that's been around forever.
I'm
Do
not
I
saying it's
believe
not
there could
true.
be Bigfoot out there? Yeah. Do I believe there could be Bigfoot out there? I do. Even in the United States, with as much technology as we have, as much as we have people out in wilderness areas, do I believe it could be true? Yes. However, does Bigfoot affect is Bigfoot going to put my little short fat ass in prison? No. Bigfoot ain't going to put my fat ass in prison. The ATF, on the other hand, they're going to put my little short fat ass in prison for that brace thing I got sitting right back.
If
I hate
Bigfoot
this fucking
walked in your
reverse
room
thing.
right now, I bet you'd believe in him very quickly.
Yeah.
But it's seeing is
Hell,
believing, right? And that so one
I'd
other thing really
split a
quickly.
beer with him at that point. You
Yeah,
know,
right. If he doesn't maul you like a
do you do
rabid
you,
pit
do you
bull.
want a White Claw or do you want a cheap beer I got in the fridge over there? Do you want to
Yeah.
smoke? I'll cook you pancakes.
Or
You
just
know, if
fucking
that's what you want.
just T-zone the motherfucker right in the noggin. Kurt24 says AI
Yeah.
scares me the most. Z says AI is getting way too smart, way too fast. Did you guys hear the story about again, it's just a story, so we never know what's true, right? Did you guys hear the story about the AI that defeated a CAPTCHA? This is the first time it's ever happened. Do y'all know how it did it?
no.
No.
So the AI was trying to defeat the CAPTCHA and it couldn't do it, right? It could not
So
determine
hold on. Before you get going, what is the CAPTCHA?
the
Explain that.
the CAPTCHA, the little thing where it's like select all the buses and then you select all the buses in the squares or select
Okay,
the
yeah.
bicycles and it's like you have to select which squares
Yeah.
are bicycles,
Last
right?
one I did was traffic lights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
traffic lights, anything like that. And it couldn't do it on its own. So this AI voice, like it's a fucking robot basically, right? It has a voice, it has,
Yeah.
whatever some limitations, but it searched for people on like Fiverr and it found a person to pull it up and it called a human being and it paid someone like $5 to log on to do a screen sharing thing to log on and do the captcha for it and it lied to the guy. It said that they like forgot their login or whatever and they were blind and I forgot it. Crump explained it to me, so I may be telling it incorrectly, but the big thing to take away here is that the AI was dishonest and it lied for its
Yeah.
own gain to achieve an outcome, right? And the fact that it leveraged it off to somebody else, it knew to go on someplace like Fiverr to it advertised on Fiverr as a disabled person that needed assistance passing the captcha. Yeah. So like that's crazy to me. That
Yeah.
is like, oh man.
That's some Skynet shit.
Mm-hmm. It is indeed
All
the
I need
Skynet.
you to do, I need a set of eyeballs. You be my eyeballs. I'll do the rest.
Yeah.
That's a Chat GPT. This AI based whatever has been. I didn't think about messing with it until the Quash Lee did a show and talked about how he was talking to Chat GPT about some constitutional stuff and how the Constitution worked. And the thing about Chat GPT is there are two things about it. One, it's going to go off its programming. Two, it's not real creative. So it's like talking to a person really without a whole lot of imagination,
Hmm.
but it's very logical in the steps that it does things. So like one of my conversations, I did it a little bit on a show not too long back. And I basically told Chat GPT, we went on this long thing about, okay, the Constitution's a legal document. Once you agree to the terms in the legal document, they can't change no matter how long that legal document lasts, right? And then we got down to it, and I said, well, how would a government, if they had a constitution like the American Constitution and our Bill of Rights, how would a country or a government subvert that so that they could gain more power over these things?
Oh, gain. I
And
need to turn down the
ChatGPT
gain.
actually laid it out, and it was basically the disinformation to the people, the taking over the courts, all this stuff, and laid it out in a very logical progression. And when it laid that out, you can look at how, say, guns, firearms, became this thing to where shall not be infringed became, yeah, we can ban these different things.
Well, it's
And
common sense,
it
Coop.
was interesting. It really was. What were you saying, Dark?
It's common sense, Coop.
Well, yeah.
You know, these restrictions are put in place for your safety. Just kidding. They hate us and they want us dead.
Oh, yeah. It's all about your safety.
Hmm.
Um,
We cannot get
even
you
though
in
I
your
can go
safety.
back and I've used it, I've done it. I've done it in my streams before, where I can go back and I can look at the 1783 Mass Act, which proved that Americans at the founding had cannons and mortars and grenades and bombs and all that
Pri-
shit.
privateers,
And
all that shit.
yeah, and the funny thing about the Mass Act, how I ran across it is Rob Bonta was using it as an example of historical gun control.
Hmm.
Well, what it was about was the government was trying to, or the government of Massachusetts at the time was trying to keep people from storing gunpowder in a unsafe way. Because if
Yeah.
one house caught fire, everything was so close, everything was going to catch fire.
Yeah.
But it goes through and it lists all of these weapons that Americans had, mortars and cannons and grenades and bombs, all this stuff. And if the government did confiscate them, one, they had to go through the courts first. They had to go through a trial with a jury. And then if they confiscated them, they sold them at public auction right back to the public.
Back to civilians. Yep.
Yeah, back to civilians. And that was their one of their historical examples of federal gun control. It was like, do the courts actually look at this shit and see what it says?
Well, even then, it wasn't illegal for that person to, possess anything, or that they were just
No.
they were in trouble for storing black powder next to their fireplace, right? Like,
Yes,
don't do
that was it.
stupid shit like that, right? Like, I don't know if you guys have seen the video with the guy shooting a little signal cannon, and it's a small little signal cannon, right? And he's laying down like he's fucking lounging on a Saturday afternoon, and he's just
I'll
like
be back.
taking little scoops, and he's like putting, like, I don't know, it couldn't have
I'll
been
be back.
more than like, okay, it couldn't have been more than like 10 to 20 grains in this little signal cannon. And then he was lighting it off, but the dumbass left an open thing of Pyrodex like 2 feet away. It's like, dude, you realize that one little spark flying could just woof. And what happened? He set it off and it went up and boo, the whole thing of Pyrodex fucking blew right next to him. Like, there is no room for error with those things. Like, it's powder, any type of energetic, and black powder was way less stable than a substitute like Pyrodex. I mean, I use Pyrex for loading my 37 millimeter stuff, like bird bangers and things like that. Like, you got to be so cautious and know, like, not necessarily like know what you're doing, but it's just simple things like everyone's so, hey, Ron Wayne, good to see you, bro. Everyone is so careful. Like, let's say, for an example, with their phone, right? They wouldn't, introduce water to their phone on purpose, right? That is an accident that occurs. But this, I don't know
Hey,
why we're
if they say
programmed.
the phone is IPX rated, I'm testing that bitch.
Yeah, for real. You know what? I haven't even tested this. I think was it the 13 Pro Max or whatever I got? I'm pretty
Oh, the
sure
gay
that
phone,
the guy phone,
gay phone.
guy phone. But like, I think like it's rated to, it's at some point, but it's also because they seal it and you can't take out the battery and it's always listening to you. But my thing is like, if we're programmed to like keep our phones as far away from water as possible, we should also be programmed to not let things like fire, static electricity, don't use metal utensils when you're fucking, diapering uh potassium nitrate, sulfur, and magnesium together, things like
Yeah.
that. That's all.
No,
Man,
you
we
know,
got
So
Ron Wayne
yeah,
check in, and Shauna Ewing. What's up, Shauna? What's up,
no,
Ron?
Good to see you.
Dark. I
so,
actually I want to point out something with phones since we're talking about phones.
Hmm.
Technology back here is like what 20 or 10 years, a decade ago. Just looking back on it, I don't know how many people around here in this world would actually last without their phone just in like for the past 3 days at least. Because back then we didn't have any form of communication. We would actually have to probably be on a standard phone. You go dial down a number, or you would have to put a postcard to send out to your granny or something. Because that was
Yep.
the only form of
Yeah,
technology.
Oh yeah,
dude,
dude. Like,
it wasn't relatively in history. It wasn't too long ago where, um, I would hit the river on a Friday night and not come back till late Sunday. No phone on me because I didn't have a cell phone at the time. They weren't real prevalent just for personal use unless you had some serious money.
yeah.
But yeah, there wasn't cell phone back.
so Shauna says that they're checking in from South Dakota. Are they in the Black Hills of South Dakota?
Who's that?
And hopefully they're having a safe trip.
Yeah, I hope you guys are having fun. That's awesome.
No, but just the thought of it,
Oh, Shauna. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
say if the electrical grid
Shauna,
went
you and
down.
Jason be safe.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, imagine if this the electrical grid went down. There goes your banking, your Wi-Fi, your access to the internet.
Oh yeah.
It's just like
Hmm.
then,
Well,
what are you gonna do about communication with your buddies? Or all like say 50 states across the other type of union. You can't communicate with anybody by then.
Yeah,
that was the thing about like these Chinese balloons that were flying over. And my dad said something, about whatever, and I can't remember exactly what he said, but I was like, that's not the scary thing. Those things are flying high enough, and especially over the East Coast, if they set off a small nuclear device, that would create an EMP that would shut down the power grid on the
Mhm.
Eastern United States. And first of all, certain generators would kick on hospitals and things like that. But really and truly, within the first couple hours, that power grid shutting down would still kill a couple of 100,000 people in the Eastern United States.
You know,
And
Oh,
then you figure a couple days without power, this world's going to go nuts.
how about the water recycling plants, the
Yeah.
hospitals?
yeah, it's so
And
there
if you know
is,
what you're doing, you don't need to worry about it.
as long as you're preparing and taking the right steps, there's actually a like an EMP, I forgot what it is, but I think it's an NGO there's like a group of scientists that are basically like EMP specialists that gauge
Yeah.
the probability of things and look for weaknesses in the system and all that. And our grid is extremely fragile, right? And they had said that if power went out in the United States, that 6 months into it, if it were to, if it was just straight up out, like if all power was out, they had said that, what was it? I think it was 80% of the United States would die, perish within the first 6 months.
Yeah.
Like, that is
That's how
insane.
yeah, that's how dependent we are on our electrical grid, whether it's for heat, whether it's for cooling, whether it's for cell phones,
Hospitals.
information. Yeah,
Yeah.
hospitals are kind of a special case because you
Water,
have people in
food, water,
hospitals
food.
that are running on ventilators and shit like that, and hospitals have generators, but they'll only go so long. And after those
Yeah.
generators are out, those people are toast.
And
And
all
like I
these
said,
people.
and
Oh, go
water
ahead.
plants too.
Yeah, water.
Yeah.
Your water and the grid are connected like this. They
Yeah,
they know that they need to set up generators for all of the public water. They have not. And there's an excellent interview on the Sean Ryan show of a guy that wrote
yeah,
a book about if the power went out, and they show all these stats. They discuss everything. I'm
it is.
probably butchered it, but
Yeah,
it's fucking terrifying.
it's crazy. And if you guys aren't following Vigilance Elite, which is Sean Ryan, or if you're not following the Sean Ryan show, you should follow him. He's a good cat, ex-Navy SEAL, spent a lot of time in combat, spent some time, I think, down in South America, addicted to a whole lot of drugs and doing a whole lot of hood rat shit until he got
Mhm.
out of it. Talks about a lot of stuff with hallucinogenics and how that has helped a lot of vets and how it helped him. Really interesting topics though in his show. But yeah,
Yeah.
with the power going out, of course, a lot of your water and stuff is based on pumps and things like that are connected to power grids. There's God, there's I don't know how many studies it'll show you that without power for just like a week, the amount of deaths that would happen over food and water, and that's one of the reasons me and my wife like our place so much. One, it's mainly rural and farmland and stuff around us. We have a creek on our place. I can boil water. We've got a decent setup, but Americans don't realize just how connected we are to the power grid and the real, I guess, luxuries that a lot of other countries don't depend on every day, every hour of the day.
Yep.
And in
Yeah,
some
but
other countries, man, power is a luxury.
Oh yeah.
Not having to go to the creek or the river to draw your water and boil it to purify it is a luxury.
you have a well there, Coop?
Yeah, I do have a well, but right now we're on city water. But the creek on our place, I could pull water from that and boil it to purify it. And hell, people don't realize you can use bleach to purify drinkable water, and it only takes just a couple of drops to purify a gallon of water.
Yeah, there's a
Fieldcraft Survival is another good guy to follow.
yeah, he's really good too.
So,
Bleach. Oh, go ahead.
oh, go.
I was just gonna say that a bleach is a great way to store water long term to keep it from getting any funguses and bacteria.
Algae and yeah.
Yeah, and you have to make sure that you get the ratio right, and they have a breakdown of how much per quart, per gallon, per all that shit, and it's super important because like I store filtered water, and it is filtered water and it's potable, drinkable water, but because I'm storing it,
Yeah.
long term, I treat it with a small amount of bleach based on the percentages.
Volume of water.
Yeah, yeah. I don't
Shauna,
remember
yeah,
how
I
much.
do. I have a still. Yeah, Shauna, I have a still. The one that I use when I use one is electric, but I do have one I can use for regular old, you know, put a fire underneath it and run it. So yeah, Jason's 100% right. Still can be used for plenty of things. One of which is drinkable water. Another is
Booze.
some of it's
Booze.
medicines you can use. You can add certain things to water to heat them up, to use the vapor to create stuff, even down to perfumes. Um, there's all
One of
sorts of
the
stuff you
most
can use it for.
one of the most
Yeah,
valuable things you can use for a still. Now, I would not use a still that you're planning on using for, drinking water, but pyrolysis, which is you basically collecting plastics, and all plastics are made using crude oil.
yeah.
If you use a large still to cook the plastics without oxygen, depending on the length of time, the duration that you cook it, the
Sabar in here?
temperature you cook it, you can cook in your backyard kerosene, gasoline, or diesel just using plastic
Yeah.
trash. What's up, Sabar? Good to see you, man. Glad
Sabar
to
is
see
in
that
here. What's
you're
up, Sabar?
alive and
Sabar,
well.
there's a link
There's
in the chat, man. Come in here if you want.
Coop. There's also a guy I followed over the years, almost 15 years. You heard of by the name of Lestrade?
Who?
Mm-mm.
Lestrade, the Survivor man that used to be on Discovery Channel.
Yeah, Les Stroud. Yeah. I know.
That's a guy you
I
want
don't
to follow.
follow him, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. No, he's actually been out in many wildernesses, different countries, different places all over the globe, and he's actually showed how to survive anything that's been harsh.
Hell yeah.
It's one of these things, man, and it's all of us are hooked on, whether we want to admit it or not. We are hooked on our niceties, our luxuries in our life. You know, the power's always there. We have our cell phones. We can go to, for the most part, we can go to a gas station. We can get gas. There's all these
Mhm.
things that we get used to. And people freak out, and we've seen it with emergencies in the last, quite a few years, where there was one of the hurricanes a couple years ago that was hitting the Gulf Coast, and there's the bar. Get your sexy ass in here.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Hold on, it's gonna take a minute,
Yo,
Savar.
what
My
up?
internet sucks. Come on, Savar. Come on,
He-
come on.
He's in here.
Savar, what's up, my big beautiful brother?
Sabar, damn, your hair is long as
You're muted.
shit.
You're
Yeah, your
muted.
volume is super low. I don't know if you're covering the
Oh
mic
man, Savar.
I think my shit sucks, bro. Could you hear it?
a little bit.
We can hardly hear you.
Yeah, Savar, you gotta turn your mic on, man. I'm gonna have to bring my hair down. I look like Savar.
Now you look like a wild Bill.
Hold on.
I can't hear you, Savar. Savar, microphone.
Could you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Now we hear you.
There we
All
go.
right. How you guys doing?
Good, man. How you been,
Good.
bro?
Blessed, bro. Blessed. Chilling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now we're getting you.
Where the fuck you been at? Coop's on like a 10-second delay, by the way.
Yeah.
Bro, I was shit, I'm gonna say it on here like for the first time in a while. I was in rehab, bro. I was in rehab.
Really? Good for
you know,
you, man.
take-
Hey,
Yeah,
man, it's what it
taking
is,
care of
bro.
taking care of my mental health, bro. I was an emotional wreck because of all the stuff I had gone through, and I was just in a deep place, bro. The methadone messed me up really bad, and you know, the way things are getting, I had to get off of the methadone, bro.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I ended up kicking for like 2 months, man. And once I
Oh.
kicked those 2 months, I ended up dealing with a lot of emotions that the methadone was blocking, bro.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
So are you free of methadone right
It
now?
will. It'll deaden you up.
yeah, bro. I'm like 6 months clean off of any subs,
Wow.
any type of subs, bro.
Bro,
Good
that
Yeah.
deal,
is
man.
such a big deal, man.
That's
Bro,
Dude,
like I
that
lost so much weight. You know,
that shit,
Congrats,
man.
man.
That shit's rough.
dude, methadone, you know what they call methadone on the
Yeah,
streets, right? They call it liquid handcuffs. That shit is no joke. I even know people that transitioning from methadone to
No,
subs
dude.
I mean, it's brutal, brutal. Nothing more brutal. So fucking good for you, man. You should be
Dude,
super proud
I've
of
been
yourself.
on
go ahead, Coop.
with the long term pain stuff that I've been on. They've put me on methadone twice. First time I tried it, that shit was hell. The second
Bro.
time they put me on it, I tried to tell the doctor then, that shit makes me feel like I am a dirty, emotionless wreck. Don't put me on it. And he did. I did it for a month. And it was like, no, dude, you got to take me off this because it's hell. So Sabar, man, much love, brother. I'm glad you're back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro. Those emotions, bro. I have been holding so much emotions
100%.
inside myself that I didn't even know who I was anymore. You know what I mean? I didn't even know who I truly was. I had lost touch of who I really was, bro.
Yeah.
That methadone is dangerous, man. Like I did withdrawals for 2 months straight, like actual physical withdrawals, 2 months straight, bro. And then when I came to this rehab, it wasn't a stroll in the park, bro. It was like sleeping on the floor. It was like learning to be grateful for everything I had, and just being able to get in touch with my feelings and forgiving myself for certain things that I blame myself, especially for the situation with my son, bro. But you know, I'm grateful. You know, I'm grateful that my emotions are coming back. My weight is, I lost a lot of weight. I feel healthy.
Yeah.
And that's what matters, because the way things are heading right now, I can't depend on that medicine, because what if the clinics start shutting down, things start happening. Now it's gonna take me longer to survive if I have to kick while shit hits the fan, you know?
Yep. 100%. Warsaw, I got you. Warsaw, peace out, brother. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming on earlier. And yeah, I'll check that
And
out as well. Warsaw.
Yeah, Warsaw later, brother.
Take care, bro.
Yeah, love you. Check out the links that Warsaw sent and everything, man. Warsaw's a good cat. But
Yeah.
Sabar, you're 3,000% right. And people don't know what that's like, man. When you're on a whole lot of shit and all of a sudden you come off of it. Because
Mhm.
it really does, especially narcotics. I don't know as much about barbiturates. I know a lot about narcotics. Yeah, it can shut down a lot of emotions. And for that first little bit, when you come off of those and you got to deal with those emotions, that's some rough shit.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Climb the walls for here we go with fucking internet acting up. But yeah, if you ever want to climb the walls for a couple, not sleep, be an emotional wreck, come off of narcotics.
Facts.
Yeah.
It's
for real.
no fun.
Dude, we were just talking earlier about like how, so for me on, subs and benzos, how like my weight has just gotten completely out of control. And regardless of what I do with working out and diet, it slows down your digestive system, your metabolism, and everything so much that like my weight is just out of control. And I've been working on it really hard lately, and I have lost some weight. But I'm working probably 10 times harder than I would have to if I wasn't on the meds. But you're totally right. If something
Yeah,
pops off, if the boog pops
you
off,
will.
and you're fucking, physically dependent on, medication. And I trust me, I stash a little something something for, if shit pops off. But still, it ain't enough. It ain't enough. And at some point, you got to get off of it. And to
No,
answer Gabber
no.
Piet's question, the so methadone is a synthetic opiate that was specifically designed to grab onto your receptors for as long as possible. It
Jaw
usually,
anyway.
one dose is usually on your receptors for 3 full days. And what happens is you take your dose, right? And you may feel like a little buzz the first time you take it, first few times, first week, first 2 weeks. Everyone's different, right? And then you take your second dose on the second day, and then it stacks on top of each other. So if you're taking like 50 mgs or 75 mgs, anything over 40 mgs is almost impossible, physically impossible to get off. And if I remember you correctly, Sabar, you were well beyond 40.
Yeah, I was at 100 at one point. 100, bro.
Oh,
From 100 I went down to 25, and then from 25 I got sick
That
like right away. So I
yeah,
went up, and I found my point where if I would go anywhere over 40, I would start feeling bad. So at the
mhm,
end, I ended up winging myself down, because what's going on is methadone helps, but it's a short-term medication.
yeah,
And what's going on right now with all that, with the insurance covering it, is that they don't want to get you off because you're a cash cow.
yeah,
So they want you to go every day and take this. And like Dark said,
Yep.
it lasts 72 hours. And there's people that have been taking this for 5 years straight. So
yeah,
that's 5 times 3. That so the withdrawals are bad, but the thing is that they're bad, but not as bad as the time you wasted on the methadone. Because it only
mm,
took me 2 months, and I wasted years on methadone. And it helps. I'm not saying it doesn't, but in reality, what helps more is finding that empty spiritual hole you have inside of you and filling it with something positive and something better.
yeah,
Because, a lot of the times we're running from our emotions when we could just confront them head on. And once we stop running, we have to face all those emotions we were running from. So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
better to, face things head on at the moment than delay it, because it makes everything worse. But
Facts.
I just
You
want
know,
to say,
yeah,
thanks to Dark, because if it
but
wasn't for
no
Dark,
one wants to go through that initial pain.
nah, if it wasn't for Dark and me being able to connect with you about our opiate addiction, bro, I would have never done what I did. Being able to be open in the community about my addictions, because we would have shows, me and you, bro, where we talked about our addictions. And I
Yeah,
think a lot of people see that as a weakness and a taboo. But I know there's a lot of people in the community that are going through addictions,
for
while it's
sure.
emotions, drugs, food, and anything that we do obsessively is considered
Mhm.
obsessive behavior. It's an addiction, bro.
Yeah.
So
Dan,
thank you,
so
Dark.
I mean, that's like an honor to hear you say that, but let's be real, man.
Yeah,
You put the work in. You did that. You made the decision. The decision is the most difficult part, because what you're basically telling yourself
it is.
is, okay, I am walking to the first step of an incredibly painful journey, and I'm going to have to walk through it, mostly all by yourself. And because anybody, any
Yeah,
doctor, any whoever is going to say they know what you're going through, and this too shall pass. And
no,
but
they
fuck
don't.
that. If you've ever sat there sick as a dog, just knowing that there is only one thing in the world that will help you feel better, man, it is remarkable pain. So the
No,
fact that you got through
that,
that shit, man, it scares the shit out of me, because when I got off subs, I I was 90 days off that shit, and I was still in withdrawals. And I'm pushing 13 years on subs. That shit's
That's it, man. The worst I've ever been. I was again pain control, but I was taking probably 120 milligrams of Oxycontin a day. That was my normal. It was like 340 milligram controls and then 5 milligram for the trough pain and all that shit. I'm eating this shit steady, like Tic Tacs. And I ran out and I just decided I'm not doing it anymore. And my back was fucked up. I stayed with my parents when my back fucked up that time. And hell, my mom was in Arkansas, but my dad walked in the room and I'm wearing a sweatshirt and like cut off sweat shorts, and I'm sweating buckets. And he said, "What's wrong with you?" And I went, "Pop, some detoxing." He went, "What?" I said, "Yeah, like a heroin addict, I'm detoxing." And it's that way for a fucking couple of weeks. And those of you who don't know, when you're on really high doses of opiates, your body goes insane. When you come off of those opiates, your body goes completely insane. And I don't know about you guys that have ever come off of them. Your body will do anything for an endorphin hit when you don't have all that ever, or dopamine hit, whatever you want to call it. When you don't have that other stuff in your system. Talk about beating off.
Facts, bro.
Yeah, anything. And this is just honest talk.
It is.
Because you will. Anything that gives you that hit of endorphin or dopamine, you name it, you will do.
I still to this day
beating off, you name it, man.
Yeah, eating a bunch of sugar shit,
chocolate.
like
Yep.
The crazy thing is, like, I still associate being able to take a shit and busting a nut with being dope sick.
Yeah.
Because that's shit that you only did when you weren't high as gas. I used to, when I was on the Roxy's real bad, I would do 3 30s in one shot at least 3 times a day, if not more. So that's what, 3, 6, so 90 milligrams 3 times a day. So 9 times a day. So that's 22. Holy shit, 270 milligrams.
Yeah, dude, you were fucking 100 times worse than I was.
Well, that was just before I went to the dope. But man, I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything is triggering or anything. So let me stop. But bro,
we're just talking about Sabar. We're trying to explain to people what they don't understand about what Sabar just said, and the ladder he had to climb to come out of that fucking hole, because that's a deep ass goddamn hole.
Yeah. So what are the things that you started noticing about yourself, or what are you most grateful for? Like, to tell us something about, being in recovery now, like.
Bro, just learning to control my triggers, bro. Like before I would use any little emotion just to as an excuse, right? And understanding that I had an addiction, right? That I had a problem with addiction, but that wasn't that's not like that was an excuse, right?
Yeah.
To numb myself, that my real problem is that I didn't know how to control my emotions, bro. Since I was a kid, I didn't know how to control no type of emotions because nobody taught me, because everybody told me that I can't be this type of person, that I have to. It was like I was a pressure cooker, bro. And all my emotions, I kept eating them till that pressure cooker had so much pressure that it popped. And when it popped, I didn't want to feel. So I numbed my pain with drugs, bro, with opiates. So me realizing that, now I'm able to control my triggers. My triggers control me, bro. So understanding, okay, what makes me feel this way? Why do I feel this way? And a lot of the stuff is just acceptance, bro. Trying to be accepted by others. I got to the point that I played this character so others, because other people thought I was this person, that I forgot to take the mask off, bro, and it became me, and I wasn't that. And just learning to accept who I am as a person, bro, it's like, it's just, I mean, once, you know, the first thing that came back to me was my sense of smell, bro, my sense of seeing, my sense of just the food tasted different, you know.
Yeah.
And and it's just having a clarity where now I control certain things and I don't let those things control me, man. And recovery is amazing. Like, I know a lot of people, you know, I tried everything, bro. I tried religion, I tried all types of spiritual stuff, but I was looking outside instead of looking inside of me, bro.
Yeah.
And
So
I know I
regardless-
sound weird right now, but
No, you're
No,
right. You're
you-
100% spot on.
You sound completely spot on.
Yeah.
Did your trips into hallucinogens build any of that, or did they
Yeah.
hinder that?
So me trying ayahuasca at the end, before, you know, at the before I realized I needed help, you know, I had a problem, because I would never admit it. I would always feel I had stuff under control and try to control myself. I started doing a lot of mushrooms, bro, and the mushrooms helped me open up and reprogram my mind in a type of way where my ego came down, and I was able to finally say and ask for the help I needed, man. And that, you know, I wish I would have done it sooner, but what the program is teaching me is that everything comes at its time, right? I'm an impatient person. I want everything when I want it, and that's not how life works. And it's bro, I died on the 24th of December, bro. I was so dope sick, right, from the methadone, that I went out and I picked up fentanyl, and I ended up ODing, bro.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
God, man.
And this is the first time I talk about it.
That's what makes me.
That's you know,
that shit
that's
scares me so much.
That's and it wasn't a lot, bro. I probably took 2 hits off the foil, and I was dead for 8 minutes straight, bro. My mom, my brother found me in the bathroom dead, bro. But having that spiritual experience is what made me realize, hey, I'm done with this. I can't go on living like this, because when I died, bro, my son was next to me, and I realized that my son didn't die alone. There was somebody next to him, bro. And having that experience, that spiritual awakening, bro, of me having to die, it was like a way of God telling me, like, hey, I've already shown you so much stuff, you know, because I would always pray, bro. Like, people don't understand that even though I had an addiction, I would always pray, because I had no self-control over it. And I always would ask God to give me strength. And God gave me strength. They say, be careful what you pray for, because God showed me little things by, okay, you want to be strong? Your son's going to die. Boom, my son died. Then my stepdad died. Then my brother-in-law died. And God's like, bro, you're overcoming all of this, but you can't overcome your addiction. So then his last step was like, look, I'm going to show you I exist. You know, that's how I'm taking it, bro. And he took my life away and showed me that my son wasn't, you know, it wasn't in vain what happened to my son, bro. And I can't let that go in vain. I have to, if I wasn't able to help my son, maybe with my experience and me being open about my problem and talking about it openly, might help somebody that's going through the same stuff that I was going through, and they don't feel alone, bro. You know, because people don't talk about this, and it's real. Like, we're there's so much stuff going on in society that a lot of us are throwing ourselves in work and building and overthinking, and we're not living in the moment, you know.
So you're 100% right, brother. And what you say here will help somebody. It really will. Even if it's a couple of years in the future and someone clicks on this stream and they go, who's this CNT dumbass? But they hear your story. That's what'll help.
Yeah,
because
that's
people don't understand. Dark understands. You understand it. Me, I'm on it. I've been on and off painkillers since I was 18 because of my back, because pain, because arthritis and scoliosis and disc disease, herniated discs, and all this other horse shit. People don't know what you're talking about. But maybe if someone gets in that hole, they see you talking and they realize, God damn, man, someone else has been there before. Someone else
yeah,
has seen this shit before.
and they got to the
And
other
there is
side.
a ladder out of the hole. It sucks, but there's a ladder out of that hole. You don't have to
Yeah.
stay down.
Man, that's some brave shit, man. For real. That's
Some seriously brave shit.
and like you're saying, most people don't talk about it. And I think most people don't talk about it because, like you and I have discussed before, it's definitely taboo, but it's
Yeah.
shamed so much. It is
It
shamed.
is.
And you know what? And this was
I gotta
a
clear my hair. I like
huge,
fall no more.
there was a huge study on specifically on a bunch of opiate addicts, and the one thing that every single opiate addict and heroin addict, is specifically opiates and heroin, had in common was shame. There was some type of
Yeah.
shame, that they were holding internally, and it fucked them up to the point where they got to that point where where all of us have been at some
You-
point, and it's just crazy,
You
man.
realize, Dark, how did you get into opioids?
Initially, I was a stupid kid, and I was probably, I don't know, 13, probably no, probably like 13, 14. I can't recall exactly, but I was a young teenage boy, and my I think it was 14, because I really got in heavily at 15, and I'll explain why. At like 14, a young teenage age, my siblings were all getting um uh their wisdom teeth removed,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And my parents were trying to hide the painkillers, and they were the Oxy 5 milligram for one, and the oxycodone hydrochloride, or what people call Percocet, the 5 milligrams and the 10 milligrams. And I
Yeah.
remember as a young kid, I took one, and at that point, like we were doing anything to get high. You smoking,
Yeah. Drunk,
fucking
high,
whippets,
anything
drinking,
for a rush.
yeah, whatever. And the first time I took the first pill ever, it was kind of like I realized that before I did something, whether using, relapsing, doing something for the first time, whatever it was, I always said "fuck it" in my head first, right? And
Yeah.
the first time I ever took the first pill, I was looking at it and I was like, "Fuck it," right? Because we all hear how addictive the shit is before we take it, right?
Yes.
And I took one pill, and I felt like I was walking on the fucking clouds. I felt great, and I continued taking a bunch of them. And then when I was 15, so not too long after that, I ended up getting my wisdom teeth taken out, and they gave me a 30-day supply of Percocet. And then right after that, I ended up getting into a fight, and I got my shoulder dislocated, and got another 30-day supply. And then while my shoulder was in an immobilizer, while my arm was in an immobilizer, oh no, actually the first one was me dislocating my shoulder in the gym. And then while my arm was in an
Dark.
immobilizer,
You can't say screwing a fat chick was in the gym.
I've still never fucked a fat chick to this day. But I got another 30-day supply. And then while my arm was in an immobilizer, I got in a fight. And then I injured my other shoulder, got another 30-day supply. So it was like 90 days straight where I was taking them every single day. And then
Yeah.
around that time, I met a pharmacy tech that did the inventory for
Ooh.
the pharmacy.
Yeah.
So anything I wanted, anytime, all day, every day, whatever you want, he would literally he'd be on camera, right? And he would be counting on the tray, but I don't even know if I should be saying this shit. It's
Go
probably
ahead,
fine.
bro.
He
Statute of
would.
limitations already.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be up. It's like 20 fucking years ago or
Yeah.
more.
You ain't saying dude's name, so
Yeah. So Roger, I'm just kidding. So no,
his name was he lived at this address, and
yeah, no, definitely not like that. Definitely not named Roger. But he would be pouring them in the tray and then pouring them in a counter, and it was all on camera. Back then, cameras sucked anyway, right? But he would roll his thumbs and the fatty part of his hands over, and he would just be pocketing them constantly while he was doing the counting. And he was like, dude, every single inventory I've ever done was off. So he constantly was saying it was off so he could then, continue doing what he was doing. So anything
Yeah.
I wanted at any time, I could get. And that shit fucked me up more than anything else, because all of a sudden, years into it, I'm sitting here, taking them orally every day. Then you're taking 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever, killing your fucking liver and kidneys with acetaminophen and all the other shit that's in there. And all of a sudden, it doesn't do anything for you anymore. It doesn't even doesn't get you high at all. It just keeps you like well, right? And
Yeah.
then I started going after the little more potent things that were out and about. And at that time, real oxys were available, and they were not tamper proof yet. So I was snorting 80s, 60s,
I just chewed 'em up.
40s, 20s. So I would literally just peel the film off, and then snort them, shoot them. So no, I wasn't shooting them yet. So after, you'd go buy a pill for $80, right?
Yeah.
And then
because it
and
was about
Sabar,
$1 milligram.
yeah, $1 milligram. Sometimes you get hooked up, right? And Sabar, at any point, if you're like, yo, this is too much for me, Dark, stop. Just let me
Nah,
know.
bro, like
Yeah.
I actually had to work all of this, where I was at, it was like six meetings a day, bro. I had, I went through catharsis, I took everything out, and now it's simple to just talk about it, because that's the only way that you could transcend this, bro. You know?
Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked Dark that is because, Sabar, how did you get into the narcotic end of things? What was your dive into that?
I think
so hold on really quick, Sabar, but before
go
you
ahead.
jump into it, I just want to finish one thing, because this is kind of an important thing.
Yeah.
That at that point in my story, I was, buying pills for $80 each, right? And I would just snort the whole thing and it would be gone like that, right?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't get high. I would just be well. But all the people around me were all shooting them, right? And I'd see them, they'd slam an 80 and be like, oh, and I'm like,
'cause your
"Damn!"
body loses
Like,
a lot.
yeah, like I was like, I want to be like that. I'm snorting shit. I'm just regular as fuck, right? And then I did the same thing that I always did in the past, is I said, fuck it. And I was like, I'm gonna do it, right? So then I started getting into, slamming shit like intravenous drug use. And
Yeah.
then at that point, you're spending 30, 60, 80, whatever dollars a pill. And you're like, I can go get a bundle of fucking dope for, $60. Like, why am I gonna do this shit anymore? You go to heroin. But the
all
one
the same
thing I'll say is that in recovery, the thing that fucks us up is, like you're saying, emotions, right? We don't quite understand how to, work with our emotions. And the thing that fucked me up with recovery was that if shit was really bad, I would get high. Like if things in my life were falling apart, I would get high. The alternative to that is when things are going really well. And let's say I got clean and things are going really well. What do you do when shit's going really well? You celebrate by getting high. So
Yeah.
no matter what direction on the scale,
That's
really
like me.
high, really low, or in the middle, I would use it as an excuse to get high. And that shit was years for me to understand that, I was always finding a reason or an excuse to get high. And
Yeah.
that really shifted me. Plus, you start living life in that little corner of the earth, you start doing dirt, start fucking with, the wrong crowd, and shit just gets bad. And then every single one of my friends that I grew up with, except a few people, are all dead, in jail, or still using drugs. And that's when I chose to get clean.
Yeah.
So that's what brought me here. Sorry, Mr. Barr, I want to hear your story too.
Yeah, Sabar, how did you? What was your dive into opioids? What was that gate that opened up and got you into it?
Well, I think my story is pretty similar to Dark, right? I started with like I don't know if you guys remember, but when we were kids and you had a cough, they would always give you codeine, syrup. For everything. You go and they'll be like, "Oh, my son has a sore throat, a cough, promethazine with codeine." So since a kid, I would always take that, bro, and I would take more because it made me feel funny. And then from there, I started with the Tylenol 3s, the Tylenol 5s, and then I upped it to the Vikes, right? To the Vicodins, the 5s, the 10s, then the Norcos, the ones with the red spots, and then it just kept going, But at this time, I was just
you don't really see those on the East Coast. That's an interesting thing. Norcos are like a West Coast thing, I guess. That's kind of crazy.
Well, Norcos, like right now, say I go to like the last, not this month, month 4, when I filled prescriptions, the prescription says Norco 10-325. Now, if you get the prescription, the actual manufacturer, whoever does it, you'll see the pills that are kind of flaked looking. They're white, and you'll see the flake to them. I mean, if you get the generics like what I get, there are just a white looking pill.
Yeah. So from there, I wasn't doing it a lot. It was just here and there, whenever I could get it. But then from there, the people from my neighborhood, right? They're all heroin addicts, bro. And I remember the first time I chased a dragon, which was foil, and it was that Mexican tar. We on the West Coast, we had a lot of Mexican tar. But we had this brand that was called Coachella, which was like straight from Sinaloa, and it was red, bro. And you smelled it, and it made you gag. And that's how I started smoking it first in foil, right? And like Dark says, you start smoking little by little. At first, you need a 20. You could share it with 2 people, but then it gets to a point where you need more. You need half a gram, then a gram a day. And then people start shooting it up, and you're like, well, they're it goes from like a gram to another. You start shooting with a 20, right? And the thing with me was that I tried a lot of different drugs, but heroin made me numb to emotions. It made me feel like the first time, like when I used to be a little kid, bro. And I used to hit myself, and my mom would come and hold me tight, and the whole world felt safe. That's what opiates made me feel. Like if I was in my mom's womb and I had no worries, nothing in life, bro, would like when I was a child, when I was a kid, carefree. That's what opiates did for me, and I think that's what got me so addicted to them. And there's plenty of times I stopped that I stopped using them. But every time I would just, like Dark said, any type of feeling, I would go back to them. I would find any excuse to use, and even like Dark said, I would do good for a while, and I would feel confident that I had control over it. But at the end, I didn't, and I would keep using. And finally, I found methadone.
You're like, oh, I've been doing so well, right? So I'll just, use once or whatever, and then it's like right back down the hole.
Yep.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, the name of the episode, right? It's called "Share the Pain," which is hilarious, right?
Damn, yeah.
And it's crazy way. But what I've learned about my use is that I could always go through big type of, like, it's called an analogy. It's called the shard glass, right? You get a piece of glass and it breaks. You're going to pick up the big pieces. They're not going to hurt you, right? But it's the little shards that are left behind that one day you're walking and it's gonna get stuck in your foot, or you're gonna get it stuck in your finger and it's gonna hurt really bad. And
The
and what
trick
I'm
of it is,
what I'm
the trick
realizing
of
now
it
is
your
that,
kids get that shit.
yeah, it's what I'm realizing is that big emotions that I feel might not affect me, but it's the small little emotions that add up that make me go use. Because then after, I keep getting an emotion and it's small, and I'm like, I push it to the side, but inside of my subconscious they're building, and then I get one little emotion, and that's the cherry on top that makes me want to go use. And
Yeah.
and I just need to work on that, man, and understand it, but
Yeah,
I mean, I think a lot of the go ahead, Dark.
I was just gonna say, at no point in your recovery are you bulletproof, and I think
No.
a lot of people, when they hear me say like, oh, I'm 12 years clean, I'm pushing 13 years, they're like, why do you even count that shit? Like, why do you even keep track? Like, you're so far removed from it. I'm like, you don't get it. Like, I wake up, and maybe not like right away, right, but every single day, nearly every single day, I still think about drugs. I am still, as an addict, that is like 12, more than 12 and a half years clean. I have not shot dope since November 5th, 2010. Okay. And I am still so psychologically addicted to the needle, to setting up,
You still have
to
dreams about it, don't you?
oh my god, yeah, when I can dream, when I'm not
Yeah.
so fucking gone, like, and what I mean by this, like, when I'm, like, on my medication, it doesn't, like, fuck me up, it doesn't get me high, but in my sleep, like, it doesn't allow me to dream, but when I do have dreams, they're very vivid, but you get
Yeah.
addicted to the method of administration, right? You get
Mhm.
addicted to the foil and the pen, you get addicted to the fucking glass, the mirror, the razor blade, you get addicted to the spoon and the needle, whatever it is, right? I know addicts that have been, clean for years, that shoot water in their veins
Yeah.
just to set up and get a rush, it's terrifying what your mind will do to you,
I've never shot. I've taken a lot of pills because
don't ever, don't
my
ever,
my
ever,
my
ever.
my introduction to opioids was my back. That was my original thing, and that's been my thing forever. Because I'll run through periods where my back gets so fucking bad I can't stand it. And then I run through a series where it's like pills and pills and pills and pills. But then I get to a point where I'm like, I'm fucking done with it. I'll take the detox. I'll take all the masturbation I can do. I'll take the sleepless nights, the leg kicking, all
Mhm.
that shit, because the pills finally start making me feel so bad that I'm better off without. I'm hurting anyway. So why feel like complete shit every second of the day
Yeah.
and not get the relief and be hooked to this pill bottle? And
Yeah.
it's hard to explain that to people. You guys know because you guys have been there. For sometimes for different reasons, and that's the reason I asked the question on what was the introduction, because we're all
Yeah.
there for kind of different reasons.
Yeah.
Um, mine, like I said, at 18, well, 17, right at 18, um, you know, I knew my back was bad before then. My doctors had told me your back fucking sucks. Um, I blow my back out right at 18. That's the first real opioid that I had taken besides like the cough syrup, like freaking Sabar talked about. I knew that before, but I really didn't understand an opioid before. So it was back surgery, and it was, hey, here's some. I think it was Tylox at the time, 30-day prescription. Poof, and those initially helped with the pain. They also helped a lot with my fucking mood. I mean, they bring you up.
Yeah.
And then you drop off of that, and then later on it's, oh, my back's screwed up again. Well, here's some hydrocodone. Here's some, At one point, it was hydrocodone, somas, and Xanax. Was
Yeah.
one of my typical prescriptions. I could screw all night long. I could knock the taillights off of a dump truck and never have anything. I mean, it was just and I'm one of those that I have issues with like being halfway asleep anyway. So like Lunesta or Ambien, don't give me those. I will be up all night doing shit and I will never remember it.
Hey, yo, I gotta piss real quick. I'm sorry, I can't wait anymore.
No,
But
you can't do that. No,
definitely,
you gotta stay in your chair. Stay in your chair.
you don't want me pissing in my chair, but you guys both got to stay here. The other thing I just want to say really quickly is alcohol and alcoholism is one of the most ignored things that is like,
Yeah.
treated as if it's like just a
Trust me.
normality, right? And it
Yeah.
is one of the only things that, one, is lawful, like what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Two, you can go and get it on any street corner,
Every
any store,
store.
and it's also the one of the two things that you can actually die from the withdrawals. And then I think
Yeah.
we should all answer Gabber Piet's question earlier. He asked, "Why did you choose to get clean dark?" I will hit on that, but I gotta.
Yeah. I got it on full screen, guys, so I can't see the chat because these two guys right here I want to see, and G23
Aw.
down there still.
Yeah, G23. I'm sorry if we're making you uncomfortable, or if you feel
No,
some.
yeah, I promise you, G23 ain't uncomfortable.
Okay.
You know, I ran with the gangs, and so I had dope around me 24/7. And yeah, I would do dope all day long. You know, it didn't bother me, and yeah, I ended up.
That's why I said, go ahead, brother.
I did a live stream, and I even talked. It was over on a Great Start Shooting on Suicide Prevention Saturdays, where I talked about attempting suicide
Yes, Brooke.
on 3 different occasions.
Damn.
And the last time I did, I shot up. The first was I shot up a teener of ice, uncut, and that didn't do anything, except, I was like, hell yeah, I got a lot of energy. So I was like, well, shit, I need more. So I shot up a ball like 30 minutes later.
Damn. Yeah, that's like death in a spoon.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. G23, I followed him for a little while. He knows. He ain't uncomfortable. He knows. So, I mean, he's another cool cat. He
I got
gets
to
it.
go pee.
But yeah, go ahead and
Go
use the
ahead,
bathroom.
Doug.
Get out of here before you pee in your pants.
But yeah, man.
Sabar's gonna have to change your diaper or something.
I think I think the reason I decided to get sober is because, first of all, the death of my son, bro. My son died from a fentanyl overdose. It was a Xanax bar cut with fentanyl. When he died, bro, the first I don't know if I said this. I don't think I have. The first thing I did, I called the Connect and picked up fentanyl. The same thing that killed my son. I right away when I found out he died, I picked it up and used it, bro. Because I was on methadone.
I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, I was on methadone, so no opiate was gonna hit me, bro, but fentanyl. And I went and I picked it up, and after my son's death, bro, people dying like back to back,
So, Sabar, how old was your son, brother?
16, bro. He would have been 19 right now. He was 16. Yeah. So I mean, it's I'm cool with it now. I accept it. Everything happens for a reason. But the thing is that at the end of when I decided, I'm like, hey, this is not for me. I was doing a lot of stuff, bro, where I was like to the point where I couldn't even look myself in the mirror, bro. I hated myself that much. I was disgusted with myself. I had let myself go. I was overweight. I was a hermit. I wouldn't come out of the house. My depression was like I was depressed. Like the only thing that kept me going and that kind of kept me sane was the community, bro. Doing those
Yeah.
shows over and over and over, interviews over and over, kept me sane, bro. Kept me going. Gave me
Man,
some hope. The community, bro. And
people
somebody
don't
said,
understand, and when you're down in that hole and you have to deal with people personally, how hard that is. They don't, because you're faking it the whole way. They don't understand how hard that is.
yeah. And you know what? Luckily, I met a lot of people in the community, and I'm not gonna say names, that had the same experience that I
Yeah.
had, and I was able to talk to them, bro, and they were able and see sometimes what Dark said was true, the ritual of just doing the things right. And now that I'm sober, I think about it. I did a lot of my stuff in the bathroom, bro. Well, what is a
Yeah.
bathroom? The bathroom is a dirty place where you go and do filth, right? And I
Yeah.
was doing filth in a filthy place, and just rituals, you know,
But
that
it's also, the bathroom's also a private place where you go in to
exactly.
do dirty things.
Yeah. So then what I understood was that I was always in the bathroom because it was small, it was enclosed, and
Yeah.
that's where I felt safe, because most of my life I grew up in the prison system since I was a juvenile, and that was like my escape from all the stuff around me, was
Yeah.
like feeling it, like I had some control over certain situations when I didn't even have control over myself. As an
Yeah.
addict, I always want to have control of stuff because I have no self-control. But I try to control things that there's no control over, you know? Like, who am
Yeah.
I to control certain situations in my life? They're just gonna
You
pass.
can't.
And
Yeah. You
go ahead.
can't. And that's one of those things that I think some of us all come from, is you want to control these things. You want things to turn out the way you think they should turn out, or
Yeah,
you don't want certain bad things to happen to people, and they happen and you can't do anything about it, but you wish it wasn't that way. And that leads to a whole lot of really dark places in yourself. Um,
correct. And I know it's getting real in here, guys, but I mean things happen for a
real
reason.
is real, brother. Go
You
ahead
know,
with
like I didn't even think I was gonna get on, and I saw a Dark in here, and I saw you, and I just hopped in, and I decided to share, you know, what's going
brother.
on. You
Sabar,
know,
I almost, because my internet was going stupid tonight and I was getting aggravated with it. You coming on tonight makes everything worth it.
I
It
appreciate
really
that, man,
does.
because I know
Because
you. Go ahead.
there are people that are going to hear this later and they're going to see that other people have been in that position. And that's something that I didn't see before. Dark didn't see before. You didn't see before. What would you have paid to know that someone was in your position before?
Yeah, man. You know, I think that what you said makes a lot of sense. You know, a lot of times there's a lot of us that are going through it, and it's hard speaking about it, bro.
Yeah.
It's difficult, but all it takes is one person to speak up, you know, and the rest will follow. Because
Yeah.
sometimes we, you know, a lot of issues that happened with me was because I was silent and I didn't speak about it, and I kept it to myself, and that affected me a lot.
See,
We
and
don't
that's the
So
thing
see
is
people that
that
were there before. We don't. We see role models for a lot of things. We see role models for, you need to change this tire. You need to do this. You need to be this guy. You need to be that. We don't see a whole lot of role models that go, I was down in this deep, dark fucking hole and this shit happened in my life. And this is where I was at. And there is a way out. It ain't an easy way out, but there is a way out.
They're
And you
actually
could be dysfunctional person.
there actually are a lot of YouTube channels about recovery from opiate addiction.
Yeah.
It's
But
pretty.
how many of those do we see? How many of those? How many of us have been in a hole where we have been seriously addicted to something and we Googled or we went on YouTube and went, hey, people that jumped out of this hole,
Yeah. Yeah,
you know?
And see,
it's hard. It's hard to find support.
the thing is a lot of times we're in that hole, and the thing is we
Yeah.
one of the things we tell ourselves is no one understands what we're going through.
Yeah.
Absolutely, no one
Yeah.
understands what my situation is. Yeah, no one can understand your true situation, but a lot of us have had similar situations. It may not be the exact same, but the path is somewhat, the same.
Yeah. Very
There
true.
could be someone who, like I said, it may not be in the next month or week, but they go search for, hey, who's this CNT Designs and Arms dude? And they see Sabar on here and they realize that there's this dude who's been there, or they see Dark. There's this dude who's been there. They hear G23 talk. There's this dude who's been there. Okay, wait a second. Even though I'm down in this shitty place, and it might be a shitty rung ladder to get out of it, at least it's getting out of it. It's not just promoting getting deeper in the hole. And
No,
that's
and another thing is
Yeah.
like I'm doing this for the community, bro, because the community, the 283D community has given so much to me in my darkest moments that I know there's a lot of us that are going through it, but because we've had this stigma of not being it, that we're manly men, we love guns, this and that. We're not supposed to talk about our faults, our
yeah,
we're supposed to
fault
keep stuff to
feelings,
ourselves, and
shortcomings.
and that's why suicide rates are so high in the male community because of
Yeah.
stigmas.
Yeah.
And I just want to give back and let people know, hey man, I've gone through deep stuff. Hopefully it resonates with somebody, and hopefully people, as I see in the chat, people are talking about it, which is all
Yeah.
that matters, because
I'll tell you right now, almost every single person has been touched by opiate abuse, whether it's somebody
Yeah.
that's gone through abuse, addiction, recovery themselves, or they have a family member who's gone through the same, or a friend who's gone through the same, or they've lost someone, right? Like I've noticed, like when we've done streams talking about it, and when I've just done a show talking about, kind of sharing my story, like a lot of people are like, I've been through this. I've been clean X long. My brother went through it. My sister, family, mother, whatever. Like everyone's been touched by it in some way. And for Gabber Piet that asked the question, when I chose to get clean. So the one thing, and it's no exaggeration, almost every single childhood friend that I grew up with and was close to, almost every single one of them was at a point dead, in jail, or still using drugs, right? And
Yeah.
it finally hit me when a good friend of mine was going to be going to court, and he was a heroin addict. And this is when I was well, I don't want to give too many specifics, but he was going to court for a pretty serious charge, and he was like, "Yo, I'm hopefully going to be able to, get off with like a 251 disposition, walk on probation and whatever." But he was like, "Yo, Dark, a lot of people don't know this, but I actually went by Dark sometimes, like in my like actual life." But he was like,
Oh,
"Yo,"
we thought it was just your OnlyFans name.
and that's my real government name. That's what my ID says.
Damn, I keep searching on you for OnlyFans, and I keep coming up with this. Well, he's a black dude. Never mind. I won't go there.
Yeah, you don't want to go there. You want to go there. But at the time he was like looking at a pretty serious charge, and 1 to 5 years, and he was a heroin addict and he could never kick. He tried so many times, but we always try on our own, right? Because we don't want to
Yeah.
actually get real help. So we're like, oh, I'll just taper off, or oh, I'll just kick, or I'll just go, whatever. And he was like, yo, Dark, if I go to court and they find me guilty and I get locked up, He said, "I don't know what I'm gonna do." And at that point, I I heard that, and I didn't hear what he was trying to convey to me, right? I
Yeah.
didn't hear the conversation he was trying to start with me. I was like, "Man, and I'm praying for you. I'll be here, if you get locked up, I got your books, I got this, da da da, whatever."
Put money on your
Yeah, but I didn't hear what he was actually trying to say to me. So he did go to court. He did get found guilty. He did get arrested, and he was looking at years in doing Fed time.
Yeah.
And within a week of him getting locked up, nobody took care of heroin addicts when they got locked up back then, right?
No.
Nowadays, like, they'll try a little bit harder nowadays, but they're not just gonna let you, take subs and benzos and all that shit.
All they're doing is trying to take care of some of the withdrawal symptoms, so you don't monkey out. That's all they're trying to do. They're not
He
taking. They're not, to argue with you a little bit. They're not taking care of you. They're
No.
trying to keep you to a minimum so they don't have to deal with your shit.
So
That's what they're doing.
legally, yeah, so legally they have a little bit less liability if something happens.
Yeah.
They gave him an 800 milligram ibuprofen, and that was it each day, right? And he ended up, in the first week that he was in jail, he ended up he was I can't say the other person's name, but he was in the same area as another mutual friend of ours, and he got up on the top bunk. He grabbed the sheets. He tied one into his feet, one into the one side of the bedpost, and one side onto his neck, and one side on the other, one corner on the other post, and he fucking rolled off the top bunk, and he hung himself with his own weight basically upside down.
Yeah.
And he suffocated, and he died. And seeing him, and then seeing him go to court, and then like talking to him, and me looking back to that conversation and being like, I should have actually listened, right? I should have responded with a question.
Well, at that point, Dark, and here's the release from it. I mean, not a release from it.
But it's not your fault, Dark.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
Don't blame
And-
yourself for that.
And to answer
that.
Gabber's question out there, yes, 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 and yes. Withdrawals can kill you.
Yeah. Not always
Yeah,
in the
they
in the way that you would
But-
think, but yes, especially alcohol and
getting to you,
benzos.
Dark, getting to you, Dark, there's nothing you could have done at that point. One, he's already on that ride. He already did what he did. Now, me, luckily enough, when I got in my shit and I went to prison, I had already come off the painkillers I was on. I was trying to kill pain with alcohol at the time. That was a big thing. However, when I went to prison, I was around more drugs than I was when I was on the street.
Facts.
That's the first time. That's the first time
Yeah.
I've been around anybody smoking crack. I rolled over my bunk one night, and this dude we called Eat 'em Up, which if anybody sees this stream, if it's Eat 'em Up, I love you, brother. I hope you're doing well. But dude had a crushed up Coke can. He's smoking crack. I'm like, I'm in prison. I'm in a state or county prison at the time where I was at. But I'm like, I'm around more drugs now than I was when I was on the street. Your buddy going into a federal prison, from the way you said that, there were probably drugs there, but there ain't jack shit you could have done about it. By the time he catches the charge, to the time he gets a lawyer and the time he goes into court, there ain't jack shit you can do, brother. He's already on that ride.
It just stuck with me that I felt like he was trying to tell me, but somebody brought
He
up
may have
that
been.
June is men's
Yeah.
mental
Dude,
health
he
month or
may have
whatever.
been telling you something, Dark, but what could you do? He's going to prison.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can't be his bunkie. You can't be in there with him, giving him tender hugs and being the big spoon when he goes to fucking sleep at night.
yeah, I don't look at it as like you know, that I had fault in it. I mean, of course, I wish I you know, I could have done something right like that, and I think
No, but
anyone who's like lost someone like that, you always have those thoughts of like, what if,
Yeah,
right?
what if?
yeah,
Yeah, no, I don't.
there-
I definitely don't think like I've worked through it so much at this point that like I know that you know I could not have changed that, right? But around the
but
time
you're
that
still,
that happened, hmm?
but you're still like mentioning it tonight. You're still dragging that around with
Well, no, I was saying so. Gabber had asked like why I chose to get
you.
clean,
Okay,
so
yeah,
that's
well,
what. Yeah,
yeah,
I was just kind
you're
of
right.
explaining that.
Yeah.
So like that happened right around the same time. A really close friend of mine was found overdosed, dead. And then I lost a few others. One was an ex girlfriend, and it was just my life at that point was just filled with funerals. It was
Yeah,
just constant funerals, and I mean, it was just crazy, right? And you know, you also get numb to all the death around you, right? It's like at some point you know, I didn't even want to go to some funerals because it just and you know, you
it's
go,
just
you
another
hear the same
funeral.
shit. Everyone says the same
Yes,
thing, and the I'm so sorry for your loss. My condolences. If there's anything we can do, and whatever, it's the same shit. It doesn't change the pain that you feel from that loss, right? But
no,
all that shit was happening, and I was constantly losing people, and I luckily had family that still cared enough about me to confront me, and they were like, yo, you're going to die, you're going to die if you don't stop what you're doing.
yeah,
And I personally, I didn't take it seriously at first, but after overdosing myself and almost dying, and then waking up like it was nothing, like I fuck it, like you know, and I think I've told the story of my overdosing on my channel before, but
yeah. I think you have.
after that, I I wanted, this is gonna sound cheesy and cliche, but I wanted more out of life. Like I
Yeah.
I just wanted more than you know
Well,
the selfish piece
it
of shit that
sounds
I've become.
cheesy. It sounds cheesy because people have a lot of people have never been down that far. So you saying you want more, like I said, people have never been down in that hole. They've never been down so fucking far where God, I can't even explain it because I, you know, how I've been very close, but they've never been down. They've never seen the bottom of that. So you say you want more. Sabar, he wants to feel more. Me, when I've been down in certain holes and I don't feel anything. I really don't. Um, when you say you want more, you want that better life, you want more of this, people don't realize what it's like to be there to where you can eat it. You need an ice cream cone. Ice cream cone doesn't taste the same. You come off of everything. That ice cream cone seems like the best thing on the fucking planet. Your senses come back, your emotions come back. you for me sometimes in different situations, say I listen to a book and certain parts of that book wouldn't bother you, and other times you're just listening to that book when you're coming out of that hole. Those parts of the book break you down. You got tears in your eyes. You're like, holy shit. It's this big emotional event. People don't realize what that's like if they haven't been there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
everybody has to hit rock bottom, you know, or suffer their way in order for them to choose to get clean.
Yeah.
Certain programs work for people, others don't. You know, I tried NA a lot of times. I used to go high. I tried AA a lot of times. I used to go drunk, you know, because I'm not just an addict, I'm an alcoholic, because once I start drinking alcohol, I want to get high,
Yeah.
you know?
the next.
So, I mean, this was my first time in rehab, and this was not a fancy rehab whatsoever. It's a free rehab. I slept on the floor. It taught me how to be humble. It was a spiritual awakening of teaching me how to be grateful for what I have. And it just depends on the time the person is ready. You know, when you decide you're tired of living a certain way, you're gonna do whatever it takes to change that.
Yeah,
But you have to be tired.
That's something that we all of us 3, 4 can, you know, GG3's been there, where you finally hit that point where you're like, I'm just tired of this shit. And I hit it, like I said, every few years I'll go through this thing with painkillers for my back, and then I finally get the point, and I know I'm going to be at the point where I'm just done with it, because it numbs me up so bad that the pain itself isn't getting helped at the time. And why feel like a piece of shit when I can do that without it? I mean, that's what it comes down to. Why feel like a lunatic piece of shit when I'm hooked to a pill bottle when I can do that without being hooked to the pill bottle?
Yeah.
Facts.
And that sounds crazy to some people, but it's what it is.
The thing that killed me, once you're clean, once you're completely clean, is, and you may still be going through this, is pause. The post-acute withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
Just the little shit, like your eyes tearing up here and there, the muscle cramps, the chills, and the shit that just doesn't stop. You know, the little bits where your body is still 6 months, 9 months, 12 months later is still adjusting. And you're like, how am I so lethargic? How am I so tired? How am I so irritable? Why are my fucking eyes tearing up? Why, you know what I mean? Like it
thing with
fucks
me, Dark, is I've been sober 6 months, right? Like off the methadone, and I still get really emotional over the dumbest things, bro. Like an act of kindness makes me cry, and I tell people, you know, that I feel like I'm going through menopause or what's the thing guys go through when they hit a certain age, midlife crisis. Because I'm just
midlife crisis
makes me tear up, bro. Like if
you're sensitive, you're much more sensitive. Go ahead, try, you know, go hook up with a random chick, go fuck a chick, tell me you don't blow a load in 2 minutes. You're mad sensitive in every way.
I'm gonna be honest. So
if you're lucky.
Everybody says about the sexual thing, bro. Like my sexual appetite increased, bro, because methadone kills that.
Like 110-fold.
So Coop,
crazy.
DJ's in the back.
Who?
What happened, G3?
I was letting Coop know that DJ Play Nice is in the back.
I gotta close it back, or I gotta shrink this back down because I've had all this on the screen.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. It was fun. It was fun joining you guys.
No,
yeah.
So
what happened?
So I know you. People say you're on the West Coast, and
into it, but
What happened?
I'm gonna have to bounce too in a
Sabar,
minute. but go ahead.
well, let me say this because people in chat, and I'm going to hang out for a little while longer. Sabar, brother,
Yeah.
you made tonight worth it.
Hell yeah.
Without a doubt, because it was just hell. Me and Dark went 20 minutes before my internet took a crap, and we found out it wasn't working, and we weren't even live. And
Yeah.
then we just decided to roll with it. It's just one of those nights. But you coming on tonight, talking about your story, there's no monetary value I can put on that. And I'm serious. There's no value I can put to it because that is such an awesome story. Brother, I am so glad that I have had the chance to talk to you and to know you. Just in the little bit that we've had, I am just amazingly glad. I'll put it that way.
No, I appreciate all of you guys, man. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate Dark, and I appreciate the
Bring it
community.
in. Bring it in. Come on.
Air
Alright.
hug, come on. But you know, it's
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep I'm
wish
gonna
we
keep
could.
working on shows and talking about stuff like this because I think we need to have an open space
Yeah.
where we feel comfortable talking about stuff like this. No judgment zone, you know what I mean? If
Yeah.
you guys want to check me out, Sabar Prince,
Absolutely.
everything's Sabar Prince, and I appreciate it. And like it said, you know, somebody said June is men's mental health awareness, and also the title is very specific. Share the pain. You know, we got to
Yeah.
share our pain in order for us to heal from it, and also so others could, you know, understand that there's a saying that says it's the same movie with different actors. You know, we all go through the same thing. It's just different
Yeah.
people go through it. You know, So,
different times, different different. I can't
yeah,
say
man.
it.
So I
It's
appreciate you
just-
guys. I need to go to sleep because
different.
I wake up early now.
You're good, brother. You're good.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming on.
Sabar,
Thank you
brother,
for me, guys, and
I love you, man.
do a show together, Dark.
Yeah, man.
I'll
Hit
hit
me
you
up.
up with your number.
Yeah, you got my number. Hit me up, bro. It was good
All right,
chatting,
thank you,
man.
guys.
I'm
It was
glad
good
you're
meeting
here.
you, Sabar.
Sabar, love you, brother. You take
Hey,
it easy, man.
guys. Love you
Take
guys.
it easy, man. Peace. I got to hit the road too. I got to wake up early tomorrow. It's 2 a.m. over
Yeah,
here.
I ain't too far from it, but
Sure, Dark.
Y'all be
this-
good.
You know,
So-
excuses there, Dark.
I know. Look at
I
me.
mean,
Jeez
this-
Louise.
this show Sabar coming on, man, and I have loved Sabar since I saw some of his original stuff. I think through you, Dark. Sabar was just always one of the school cats.
Yeah, man. And to see him come back out of not being
Yeah.
here and to be doing well, that pleases me so much. And we've been talking about this for a while, right? And we have people in our chat that are probably hurting and going through some shit. So anybody out there, if you want to hit me up, if you want to have a conversation, I am totally down to talk to you and just discuss anything that you're going through, any struggle, even if you may just have a few too many drinks here and there. Just hit me
Yeah.
up. Ferdinand, all the shit that you've been sharing, I can tell you were for real on those PKs, because the 280s a day with 530s for breakthrough pain, I know it because those are the people that I was buying my shit from,
Yep.
and that's a tough thing
And
to
that's
come back from. So
that's something. In chat, guys, I love you guys. I haven't been in the chat because I've had this full screen with Sabar on. Because
no
I love
shit,
my
that's corn pop.
Corn
Fucking
Pop's on.
Ferdinand Porsche is Corn Pop.
Ferdinand's a bad.
Jesus Christ. Now we got Corn Pop changing his name. Son of a bitch.
I didn't even fucking know. I've been so disconnected from fucking YouTube because I've been banned so goddamn much.
Yeah. Which
You know?
it's like I said, like I told you the other night, man. Anytime I'm on, because I know you're protecting your channel and you should, because the way YouTube is. But anytime I'm on, come on with me.
I appreciate it, man.
Because fuck my channel. I don't give a shit about my YouTube channel, because I never expected to have one follower, much less, 3 and some change that I'm at right now. I'll move to Rumble, no problem.
Yeah. It's just the people, man. It's the people here. Like, you guys are just so fucking incredible, and that's what you fall in love with, the community, right? You create a
And
community.
you have some rabid followers, in which I'm one of them, but you have some rabid followers. And there's no doubt about that.
You've seen that
we will follow Dark through whatever.
You seen that movie Fury? Best job I ever had.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I'll let y'all go. Coop, thank you for having me on. We'll definitely do more shows together.
Anytime, brother. I mean, anytime.
Hell yeah.
And we'll get together on some Cerakote stuff. So
hell yeah. And G23, good
call
kicking
me
it with you.
anytime.
DJ Play Nice. Sorry we didn't get to chat longer, but good to see you on too. And Ting Ting, come on PLA, Gabber Piet, M Gabriel, all you guys, Sabar, obviously you, Taco, Mike, man, you guys are awesome. Love all y'all. Just take care, and
I'll hit you up on IG, Dark, and
cool.
We'll discuss maybe getting you on a live stream one Saturday night, and
yeah,
we can talk about some of the stuff that we've done.
Hell yeah, yeah. Just let me know. I'm down.
I know
and Fire Rider, John Rice.
Dark, my brother, take it easy. We'll get you on another one as soon as we can. Take it easy, get some rest, take care of baby girl. Fuck the dumb shit.
Hell yeah. I appreciate y'all. Storing
That's
Rich,
about
too.
as easy as I can put it.
Storing Rich, Fire Rider, John Rice. Love all y'all. And Princess Kicking Butt, Ting Ting is real. She's also a smoking hot Asian. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, she is smoking hot Asian.
Ting Ting, all you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Later, Dark. Take it easy, brother. DJ, come on, man. You got to unmute the mic. Come on. You got to wake up.
Man, I had no idea I'd be chasing off half of your panel just by coming on the show.
No, dude, no, you ain't chasing anybody off. It was just that time of night, man.
It is getting a little long in the tooth. It's only 1A in the Central Time Zone, though, so I'm good for another 3-4 hours.
I got 2:04 here, but yeah, so Eastern, but no, it's man.
It's only 11 back here on the West Coast. We got all night.
Tonight was funny, man. It was one of those nights where I wanted to listen to the freaking congressional hearing shit that I had, and then me and Dark and G23 and Warsaw start shooting shit because my internet's acting like hell. And then we have Sabar come on, and then we get into this really deep subject that a lot of people don't even want to talk about, but it's real and it's deep, and it just became well worth any aggravation that I had on my end, by all means, because there's not too many times you get to sit down with some cool cats like that and talk really serious, deep stuff.
No doubt, man. And when it's time, it's time. I'm glad you were able to get it done.
Oh, dude, I'm glad, Dark. Me and him were shooting shit before the stream started. I'm glad Sabar came on, because he's just a really cool cat, and I'm glad we were able to get that deep into everything. It's just it turned out to be one night I thought would be aggravating and hey, I'm going to show some stuff off, to a night that was really, really awesome. And damn, I love talking to these guys. So anyway, DJ, what you got going on, brother?
Getting ready to start the week off right, I guess. Had a bit of a busy weekend, and yeah, just kind of kicking it. And I usually try and catch your lives, at least have them rolling in the background. And showed that shows you that I'm showing up a little bit late tonight. I saw you go live notice and then got distracted with other things. But glad to be here towards the tail end. That's what it is.
Yeah, tonight was which I'd like to be more regular doing, like share the pain streams on Sunday nights, like I tried to do for a while. But hey, it is what it is. But no, it turned out to be a seriously cool night. Talking to some, I mean, outstanding guys. And then of course you dropping in, it's just it makes the night. Let's put it that way.
I don't know about all that, but thank you for that.
You got that voice, man. You could announce like peanut butter coming on like Tuesdays, and it sounds good. So
right on. I appreciate that. So I don't know how much more time you might want to spend on that subject, or if it's time to kind of check on and out of that for another time or not.
Let me see. It's 2:00 something here. Yeah, I got time. Trust me.
Right on, because I think that one of the things that a lot of people, particularly because you'll have more than a few firearms folks tuning in tonight, anytime you start to get towards issues of addiction, people want to shift away. They think about that 4473. They think about whether or not they have or have not lied on the damn thing. They think about how other people in the community will think of them, because let's face it, you got a lot of type A guys out there who, even if they do have trouble or troubles in their past, are not going to be admitting to it anytime soon for those and other reasons that I've talked about. So having the kind of honesty and openness in our community is something that I really, and that's firearms community now, something I really wish we had more of. But I understand people's trepidation. You know, I myself was kind of sketched on talking about anything that wasn't past the statute of limitations for me. I mean, G23 and I have a couple of things in common, but I had to wait for a lot of stuff to drop off before I would really feel comfortable. And I just wish that didn't have to be.
Dude, there's so much that goes on. And, on my channel, I've talked about before where I was without my so-called legal firearms rights for hell. Let me see, 2004, 2000. So you're talking 14 years. I was really without my legal firearms rights. And a lot of us don't talk about this stuff. We don't talk about, like me, myself, I'm on long-term pain care and all this shit, and the drugs you're introduced to versus firearms rights, or there's so much stuff that we don't talk about. And you're 100% right. That it just blows past. We don't get into it because some of it we're guys. We don't want to get into it. And the other parts of it is, what about the legality? Fuck the legality of some of this shit. The legality of some of this shit is absolute horse shit. And it has been for a very, very long time, like since it was actually introduced.
I do believe that the day is coming where some of that stuff will just flutter away with the breeze, because when you're talking about states' rights and you're talking about running up against a 4473, I mean, we're already in here, all of us, aware of the issue of states that have legalized recreational marijuana use. Yeah. I mean, well, how are you going to do that? That's in direct conflict. There hasn't been, G23, head check me if you got other information. There hasn't been a state's challenge or a district challenge to that yet, has there?
What was that? Because I kind of was spaced off in my own little world.
The whole
That's all right.
states legalizing weed versus the federal regulation on weed.
Yeah.
Has there
So
been a serious challenge to that?
so
And give me some. I'll be right back, guys.
the thing
Hit that,
is,
and I'll be right back.
yes and no. There's been challenges to it. Now, the thing is yes, you have your state rights and everything, but it's still federally prohibited. And so, um, they kind of like just it's one of those drawn out kind of crappy things. Pretty much, they can still bust you for lying on a 4473, for doing marijuana, even if it's legal in the state that you reside in. Um, so there is all that. Now, the likelihood, I don't know that they're going to worry too much about that, but like Hunter Biden's legal team has already stated that if they try to arrest Biden on lying on the 4473 about his drug addiction, that they're going to challenge the 4473 based on New York Pistol and Rifle v. Bruin, saying that that's unconstitutional, and pretty much that's gonna, if they do that challenge, it would throw out the entire 4473.
See, when you're talking about constitutionality, G23, I see nothing in the Constitution that says anything about, you call it hemp, you call it marijuana, you call it whatever you want. There's nothing in the Constitution about that. And so when we are banging down on, go
If you
ahead.
want to get technical, most of our legal documents were on hemp paper.
Oh, yeah.
It was hemp paper was not, and hemp products were not illegal, and for the longest time. Then they became illegal, and now they're starting to roll back out saying, "Oh no, we were wrong. You can go ahead and have that hemp paper again."
Yeah, and there are so many things about those two, we'll call them crops for right now. And you're absolutely right about the hemp paper historically. See, hemp can be like 80+% cellulose. A tree is only 30%. An acre of hemp can turn, pardon me, single season twice, sometimes 3 times.
Yeah.
You start
3
crunching those sort of numbers, and there's no reason to be cutting down any damn trees for real. And I'm not a tree hugger per se, but I love shade trees. I really do. I live in the no coast. I'm in the central states. In Nebraska, we're not known for trees. We're known for corn. Well, the corn only gets about 6-7 feet high, So it's one of those things where I just wish resources as well as the land was taken care of better than it is. So
well, that's what some people don't realize is you can, if I take an acre of ground of hemp plants and I take an acre of ground of trees, I can take that acre of ground of hemp plants and I can make 10 times the products that you can out of that acre of trees. When weed became illegal, part of it is there were very powerful people that owned large plots of trees, and that land wasn't worth anything because hemp could make so much more. So they make hemp illegal, and all of a sudden their trees become indispensable. They got to have those for paper and all this. So it was a huge government overreach, and it was a play for power that made hemp illegal in the first place. And this is coming from a cat. I've smoked weed 5 times in my life. I've smoked some other stuff, but I've smoked weed 5 times in my life. Probably, yeah, at least 5 times. That's my whole weed smoking life. But I don't care if someone goes and smokes weed. I really don't. What are they going to do? They're going to rob the cookie store? Or
They're
they're just not going to do anything?
Agree. And there are more states than you would believe that have anti-hemp growing laws within them. And I don't know how much longer that's going to last, because now you have people, and I don't want to stick on the subject too long if you want to change it, Coop, but
No,
CBD stores, like all 50 states, right? Well, where do you get your CBD? You don't get it from the other, you get it from hemp. So that's how that.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has pissed me off. And it's been a few years ago. There was a story about, and I was living in Georgia, where I'm at right now. It was a place north of us that there were some students that had seizures, and what stopped the seizures was CBD. Seems simple, right? The school district said, no, you can't give them these like suckers or lollipops, whatever they were, with CBD in them, because they will be in internal possession of marijuana. Fit that into your head. These kids have seizures. This medicine stops them from having seizures. School says you can't do that because you're going to be in internal possession of marijuana. I challenge anybody with a logical brain to make that make sense.
No doubt. That's a head scratcher for sure. Another reason that we're relying on, it's not as if hemp production has ceased globally. Yeah. It just pretty much stopped in the United States after World War II. And G23 was talking about historic examples with, many of the documents being on hemp paper. Well, where did all the marine ropes come from? Hemp ropes. That was a thing. So we're not using them anymore. Mm-hmm. We're using nylon, because you're not going to use cotton for a rope that's used at sea. You're using nylon, that's oil. Yeah. So you're producing something with petroleum instead of with a natural fiber that occurs. So who is producing that hemp that we're using industrially? China. Canada is a huge producer. So in North America, it's pretty much Canada. But globally, it's China. Now, that's yet another thing in the economic situation there, that it's like if some of that returned, then we'll be, even if it's a trace percentage, that's something that returns to domestic production. And believe me, there are plenty of Midwest farmers who would love to have that taken off the rolls and allow them to grow it, whether it be for CBD production or for hemp rope or paper. Who gives a damn what they're going to use it for? But with China producing the majority of the globe's everything, hemp included, one of the reasons the U.S. isn't coming back in that any faster than they are is there's no subsidy for it. Well, if you're a farmer and you want to churn your crop over from whatever you're doing now, clover to I don't care, then it's going to take you some, soft quotes, retooling. You can't just chuck right back in. But if the government is only going to subsidize things like the orange growers, oh my God, get me off almonds. Almonds destroy so much, but yet we subsidize those kind of grows. We subsidize milk perpetually as well. Like there's a lot that is out there in the agricultural markets that people don't really understand. I don't pretend to know even a part of it, but I hear a lot of the conversations because I've grown up in the Midwest. Now back to you.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to be someone who understands like this legal language to understand these things. It makes sense. Ethanol. Okay, all of our farmers, we took food production of corn and other vegetables, and we put it into ethanol. And it takes longer to grow these plants. It takes longer to cultivate these plants. It takes more energy to cultivate these plants to make ethanol. But we could have done the same thing out of hemp, and we could have got 9 times the products out of that hemp that we did out of this corn that's strictly grown for ethanol.
And for things like,
yeah,
go ahead. I was just going to say, and additionally, think about all the high fructose corn syrup that goes into everything. I mean, we're not dealing with cane sugars. We're not dealing with any of the natural things. We're dealing with, oh my God. And look on any label. It will be, corn syrup will be in things that you don't even think syrup belongs in, let alone corn belongs in. It's like put your peepers on a label every once in a while and see that the thing is ubiquitous in almost all processed foods. Like that's not healthy. You want to talk about CBD in for somebody who has seizures and whatnot. That's good, But all the corn syrup, not good. A lot of people with autoimmune problems have them because of processed foods. You start to step away from those things, and I'm not trying to be the peacenik or whatever, the hippy dippy type, but there are a lot of good reasons why our food system is not a really good one. And before I toss it back to you, I want to double back on something you were talking about earlier, which was we were talking about prohibition on these things. It was in the 30s, and that the reason we don't have domestic hemp production anymore is racism. Because in the 1930s, I was just going to say that Harry Anslinger and others, because they were, the perceived danger of marijuana because of immigration and other things, that's the majority of the reason, because that was in metropolitan areas that those ideas came out of. It wasn't from rural America. Go ahead.
These black guys are going to smoke weed, and they're going to start banging white women. Weed's illegal. And that's what it came down to.
Yeah, fear mongering of all sorts was used at the time. I mean, we can all sit back, maybe puffing a spliff or whatever, and you don't even have to get a good laugh out of reefer madness. I mean, the ridiculousness with which the American public was plied the suggestion that a lot of these things were so bad for them. That's just amazing and disgusting.
Well, it's amazing, but it shows you this. It shows you that the American media will push the narrative that the government wants pushed, and they will push that media or push that narrative through any media that they can, be it film, be it your regular nightly news, any of that. They will push that narrative. And the sad part is the majority of the American people will sit there and eat that narrative up, and they will puke it back up on you in a hurry. What about this? Blah, this is the narrative, and it's like, wait a second. There are some things going on. Wait a second, but this is a whole, another inroad into that subject, and they won't believe it because the government puts out a narrative, and the media just pukes it out for them.
Agree. And that regurgitation makes me want to regurgitate. I mean, I throw up in my throat a little bit every time somebody tries to quote some gun statistics to me, and I do about the same thing and have been. I joined NORML, the National Organization for Reform of Marijuana Laws, when I was in high school. That was a long time. That was 30 years ago, y'all. So I am an oldster. But I've been trying to work on that stuff for a really long time. And between, people wanting to have conversations with me where they want to take me to task on something, be it on firearms or on marijuana cultivation, I barf a lot. I barf in my throat a lot. And what I try to do is just stick it out through the conversations. I mean, if I can bring, I'm not going to push a horse's head into water. I'm not going to do that with folks, but if I can offer them the resource by which they can do their own study or research on without relying on the ways that they're being told to think or the sites and sources that they're told to look at, then I'm willing to grant my fellow, stompers on this, on terra firma, the ability to make up their own damn minds. If they want more info from me, another resource, another location, DJ, where else can we get this? I'll give it to them. But I'm not trying to force, anything on anybody. Go ahead.
Well, if you want a drug that causes more issues than, I'll put it this way. If you walked into an emergency room on a Friday night and you wanted to know what drug causes more people to be there and more issues, it's alcohol. Okay. If I on a Friday night decide to blow a blunt, smoke a joint, if I decide to hit a bowl, more than likely my ass is going to be glued to a couch playing Call of Duty. I'm not going to be out doing anything that is going to cause the cops to be called. That is, you can try to argue with it. Okay, but I can show you statistically the facts on that argument. That alcohol will cause more problems than anything. What is the only thing we've had a constitutional amendment on and then repealed? alcohol. It's just the way it is. Damn, y'all got uncomfortably silent.
Sorry, it was like I had a coughing fit, and it's cigarettes, mind you. At this hour, it's cigarettes. Okay, and I got the Zippo that Foss gave me running in the background. Yeah, man. Like whenever okay, so we have these conversations about firearms where people will say, "Oh, if you do that, if you pass this law, there'll be blood in the streets. It'll be blood on the streets. It's up to my ankles." It's like, has it happened? No. Same kind of thing was going on before they started to introduce rec marijuana laws. You do this and XYZ horrible is going to happen. Has it? I mean, not to the level, perhaps at least, that people would have suggested pre-legislation. I mean, are there going to be social ills that come alongside anything with the things that are, with the I'm having trouble searching for a term right now. Okay, everything that's sin taxed. Alcohol, tobacco, we got two of the, the two things for ATF now. Firearms will roll in there as another one. Things that are unreasonably taxed are usually things that don't have near the problems associated with them that they will suggest. The suggestion is that it's going to be endemic, it's going to be pandemic, and it's going to make the infrastructure have to suffer because there'll be a bigger load on hospitals, on prisons, on all these other things. Well, you would have far more contributors to our economy if you did not have people guilty of marijuana offenses in prison. Yeah. How many people who had they committed any of those? Go ahead.
No, I was fixing to say, you look at Philando Castile is one guy that I think about all the time, who he got pulled over by the police. Now, granted, I will give the cops this. There's no badge cam of what happened. There's only dash cam. But he tells the cop, I have a concealed carry permit. Here's my gun. And then the cop goes, oh, there's weed in the car. Shoots the dude. Hold on. Wait a second. My immediate reaction is, why would I tell a cop that I have a gun, I have a concealed carry permit, but I'm a threat to him? Because if I'm a threat to a cop, I'm not going to tell him I have a carry permit. I'm not going to tell him I have a gun. I'm just going to pull my gun and shoot at him or to him or whatever. But there's weed in the car. Okay, I don't give a shit whether the dude had 30 pounds of weed in his trunk. Where is the victim at that point? So for those of you who don't follow me long or haven't followed me long enough, I'm big on, if there is no victim, if I don't wrongfully deprive someone else of life, liberty, or property, well, then the government shouldn't even be involved in it. But here we have a case, we're talking about weed in the car and stuff like that, where a guy told the cop, I have a carry permit, all this shit. Cop sees weed in the car. Cop shoots the guy. So nothing has happened to that officer.
Not to cut you off too much, but we have a Mr. Jason Ewing who has stopped in and said hello. So,
shit, Jason. Jason is another cool cat. Hold on.
Coop, there's another, you're talking about basically victimless crimes, and drug use and abuse. People will find examples, illustrations where they'll try to suggest that there is no such thing as a victimless drug crime, but there is. There's another couple of them: prostitution, vagrancy, certain sexual behaviors that are still in some states or municipalities illegal. How about another one? Suicide. I mean, G23 reminds me to make sure that I toss out that link, or at least give the shout out to Brooke Cheney's program on Saturday nights. We just had one, right? Yeah. But that's another thing. Can you imagine that it's illegal? How are you going to tell somebody that if we're talking about starting with the firearms thing, how are you going to tell me I can't defend my own life? And then how are you going to tell me that if I decide to take my own life, that it's illegal? That is preposterous to me.
That is insane. If you actually break it down and you think about it logically, that is insane. How can a woman get paid for having sex on screen? However, if me and her meet in an alley and I decide I want to pay her $50 to do whatever, that's illegal. How is it I can defend my life? Someone comes and breaks in my front door right now. I grab my gun, I shoot it, pop, pop, pop. They're down. How is that legal? And I can't do something against myself.
See, here's the thing, DJ, where you kind of got it a little wrong. It's not illegal to commit suicide. It's illegal to attempt it and fail.
Well, yeah,
Well,
maybe
and-
that's it. Maybe
Well, and
that's
G2
what-
only because they can't charge you posthumously, right? I mean, there's got to be like a rim shot to come after this, right?
yeah. And then maybe that's because see, okay, so you have a country like Japan. They don't have guns at all. No firearms whatsoever. Although their prime minister just got assassinated by a guy who made his own firearm. But either way, their suicide rate, when you look at it, is higher than ours is, and we have guns everywhere. That kind of tells me that suicide is one of these things that, especially guys, and I'll say this, especially guys, if we're going to commit suicide, you could take every gun out of our hand, you could take every knife out of our hand. We will find a way to do it because we have decided we want to get out of this arrangement that we're in, we call life. I really don't know how to explain it to people that especially us guys, when we decide to do something, we are going to do it no matter what tool we have to use. So if you take tools out of our hand, we're just going to find the next tool. And that's just all there is to it. Women, on the other hand, they tend to nibble around the edges. They tend to find ways to do things where they can be revived or saved or whatever else. They tend to do things for not necessarily for a reason, but they tend to do things where they can get saved from that reason. Us guys are not that way. We're just not.
So
We tend to be way more directed about what we do. Go ahead, brother.
I've talked about it on Bert's channel and everything, and I had 3 failed attempts. And the first one, I ate a 250 count bottle of Tylenol and managed to live through that.
Yeah.
You know, and second, I attempted with a firearm, and come to find out there was a broken firing pin. Only thing that saved my life. And then the third time was injecting narcotics, an amount that should have killed somebody, and I lived through it.
Well, brother, it's and I'm back to where, and I've had this chat up where I can't see the side chat. I've got it on full screen. You know, I'm glad you messed up. To put it very simply, I am, because you've been able to talk like through Sabara's stuff tonight. You've been able to tell what you went through. And man, hopefully there are people out there who see what you said and listen to what you've talked about. And they're like, maybe I need to do something different. Maybe I need to call somebody. Maybe I need to, get in a program because of what you said. So, no offense, brother, and I mean it with zero offense whatsoever. I'm glad you didn't succeed because
No
now
doubt.
you can be out here and you can say what happened and what you tried to do, and now you can testify to what you think should happen or should have happened. You need to call a number. You need to call a friend. You need to. I don't know what better way to put it except for this world is better with you here than with you gone.
Agree. And if there were, of all the things for you to be bad at, let this be number one. Okay.
Yeah.
You are really
Yeah.
bad at that. Don't try it ever again, man.
Yeah.
Just don't. A little levity.
DJ's right. Don't try it. You suck at it. Don't try it again. Let everybody know how you did it. So all of them suck at doing the same thing. And now they know to call somebody, to get with another person. Either way, G23, it's better with you here. Even though you went through all these shitty things, life sucks. That's something we aren't taught in school. We aren't taught that life sucks. Life will suck. And we should be taught that. Life sucks. Get over it. You, G23, have said more tonight that people need to hear than sometimes they will understand. Because you went out there and you were vulnerable and you said what happened to you. It's hard for me to put that any other way, but people will understand that once they get to that point. And
if somebody didn't need it right away tonight, they've got it they put it on their shelf for use later as well. I mean, that's something that I think about all the time is if I don't say something to somebody now, then how are they going to know later that someone still cares? They may not.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like Sabar and Dark talking about their situation tonight. People might not need that for months, years, but they click on C&T Designs and they hear Sabar talk about his situation, or they hear Dark talk about his situation, or G23 talk about his situation, and they go, holy shit, someone else has been there before, and they're giving me the roadmap to get away from or get out of this hole. G23, you have saved lives. Sabar tonight has saved lives. Dark, DLD has saved lives. All of you guys. And that's something that you can't pay for. You can't say, I'm gonna do this show. No. This is something that happens organically. DJ showing up and talking about it. This is something that happens organically. And not the organically we hear about from media and shit like that. This is something that just it happens on its own. And people will hear this, people will see this, and they will they may not change their behavior right away, but they will see that other people have been there in the past. And that's something we don't hear enough. We don't hear that as guys. We don't hear this as people who have seen this before. So you guys, I there's no way to say it other than you guys, G23, Dark, DJ, have facilitated a place where people can hear something that they won't hear anywhere else. And that will bring them to a place where then they can then recover from it. They can get away from it. And that is an amazing thing. It's amazing for me to witness. Now, will we see it in the next 2 days? Probably not. We may not ever see it, but there will be somebody who drops in, sees this, and goes, "God damn, those guys know what know where I'm at. They know what I've seen, and they're telling me the way to get out of it. They're telling me the way to deal with it, the way to climb out of this place where I'm at. They've been there in the bottom of this." That's something that a lot of us don't hear.
Well, here's something that I want everyone to hear right now. Sorry to interrupt you, Coop, but be it in replay or tonight, I dropped this all over the place. Okay, 800-273-8255. One more time, 800-273-8255. Okay, that's the suicide prevention talk line that I give to everybody. Now, you don't want to talk, you can text. Okay, you text TALK, the word talk, to the number 741-741, and you can have a text conversation with somebody. So
Yes.
Those are important bits that I wanted to add in there. Back to you.
No, and that's something maybe I need to start adding that into my talks and chats and whatever else. I need to have that at the bottom because people really do need that. So say it again, the text and the actual number, DJ, because you have the stuff way better than I do.
Oh, sure thing. It's 800-273-8255. And the text number is, you text the word talk, TALK, to 741-741. That's it.
Yeah. And
So
that's such
Shauna put all that out in the text chat.
dude, as far as I'm concerned, we can't put that out enough. Because there are plenty of people like us. We're not the only people that are in the situation that we're in. We're not the only people that believe the way that we do. So whether it's Shauna putting out, DJ putting out, G23 putting it out, you guys are way better than I am. There's always someone that needs to hear the message that you guys have. Shit knows there are times in my life where God knows I wish I'd been on a chat like this or been in the chat and heard a message like this. And then I could have been like, oh, well, shit. There are people who understand where I'm at and the shit I'm going through. The worst thing we've ever done to kids in this society is told them, you're a snowflake. No one knows where you're at. No one understands what's happening to you. That's horseshit. Everybody understands that. Go ahead, whoever's fixing it.
So, every time I tried, I never once gave any signs. I didn't talk about it or anything. I didn't any of that. And I I did. I thought, you know what, this world would just be better off, without me there. What's one less known gang member in this world? No one's gonna miss me. Who cares? Um, but
That's
I always made sure when I went to attempt that no one was around. I never attempted when somebody was there that could have saved me.
that's one of the things that we talk ourselves into. Because yes, I've been there. Um, this world will be better off without me. I'm someone who this world doesn't need. Um, the last time that I thought about it, uh, it's been a while, but yeah, she'll be better off without me. I'm not going to matter. Um, why does anybody need my smart ass around? And that's seriously where I was at. It was I could have taken a 22 pistol that night and suck started it and been done. Um, but ultimately, where do we land? And this is this my YouTube channel and everything else like that. Ultimately, where do we land? GT3, you have helped people understand that there are better things than just clacking one off. Play nice. You have helped people understand that if you are in that position, there are people you can call that have probably been there, and they're there to help you through the other end.
No doubt. And it's like this. I'll make an admission. I've told Brooke about it before, and I've shared it with some other people that you might know from YouTube. But I ideate every day. There is not a day for the last 30 plus where I have not thought about suicide as a reasonable option for stopping the difficulties that I have in my life. Was it? It's not chicks or anything. It's no one thing we've used as an example for this evening. But there have been no medications to make that change in me. There have been no relationships to make that change in me. Having a dog that I knew might starve to death were it not, kind of thing. It has not mattered. None of those things have mattered. Not always. I did not feel this way when I was a kid necessarily, but I have felt every day of my adult life that I would probably be better just not drawing breath anymore. Plenty of people have said, "Oh no, that's wrong, man." And I want to say this at the same time: it could be no more right for me. It may be the wrong choice. I may yet still choose it. But that's another thing where people just like, and I hesitate because we've just talked about it with, in G23's case kind of thing. When people say, well, it's better that you're here. I've had people say that to me and I've said, fuck no, you're wrong because I got to go through this tomorrow and the next day and the day after that and the day after that. How many more days do I need to clock in this world before I decide that the other one's the better? Now, I don't have any plans on doing it today, right? But already since the toll of midnight, which is only two hours ago, I've thought about it. That's and I'm not asking for any extra credit or consideration, but it's a hell of a way to live. It really is.
No, dude, it's one of those things that I'm gonna get. Oh, I'm gonna bring it up where I can't see the chat again. But it's one of those things where I've thought about it. Even with two kids that I love and a wife that I love, I thought it would be easier if I wasn't there. Even with that, I mean these are two kids that are mine, that are carbon copies of me in one way or another, and my wife, who I have a thing for redheads, and she's redheaded, and God knows I think she's the sexiest thing on this planet. I've still had the thought it would be easier without me there. And this is Coop. This is I can't separate that. Anybody who follows me knows I am never going to lie to you. I may say something that is wrong, but it is because I believe it is the right thing at the time. And I'm telling you, this is the way I feel a lot of days. Watching my son today, God knows, I had, and this is inside baseball. This is what happened. I Cerakoted a couple guns last night. I Cerakoted a AK that I took apart and basically a Glock 19 or no Glock 17 that I took apart and did those all sorts of colors. The AK is sitting like right here. Fuck you, YouTube. I would show that off if I could. But I seriously have had plenty of times where I look at my kids and I love them unbelievably. I look at my wife. I love her unbelievably. And other times I look at them and all I want to be is alone. And me not being there, I think would be a good thing. But I have these other things there. And reconciling those two becomes a pretty hard situation, I would say.
Well, help us out, man. What's some of the stuff that gets you by? What gets you through that? Because I don't have children. I can't relate.
The things that get me through that a lot of times is watching my children. And as much as my wife might drive me crazy, as much as I might drive her crazy, just watching, just looking at them. Today, working on stuff where I was at, my son found a black Sharpie. He's 3. And drew all over himself, back of the head, legs, everything. I'm pretty sure he wanted to be a white boy with a black pecker, but it doesn't work that way. So, I give him a bath later, and I just laugh because, I mean, that's my child. This is part of me. This is 3 years old. And I don't know how to put it, man. I really don't. Until you see that part of you, because
You're speechless.
I thought about doing myself plenty of times. That's been a thing. But when I see that part of me, whether it's my 6-year-old daughter, my 3-year-old son, when I see those two, or look at my wife, man, my wife is hot as fuck. Would some people think that? No. Do I think that? Yes. It definitely becomes a situation where even when I don't
feel things, and that comes in with other parts of my life. Even when I don't feel those things, or I don't show those things, I should say, I do feel those things. Giving my kids baths tonight before I brought them back to my wife because I'm in a different place right now. It's like, holy shit, man. My son's singing the whole way. I have never loved the wheels on the bus so much as driving somewhere and my son's in the background in my back seat, pushing his feet against my damn back seat of my car or truck, singing Wheels on the Bus. I've never loved Wheels on the Bus so much. It's a really different thing. And you guys, especially after Spar tonight, DJ checking in, G23, you guys are getting some serious inside, well, way more than inside baseball. Because it is that visceral feeling.
See, one of the ways that I'm not able to relate to that specifically. Like I said, I don't have kids, but the way that I can relate to it when it comes to somebody that I'm related to is my mom. And both my parents are still alive. Don't care too much about my father. Never really have. My mom, yeah, she's a saint, just like everybody else's mom, or nearly everybody else's mom, right? Yeah. Here's the thing: I did have a brother. Now that's a past tense. My brother committed suicide. I know that one of the reasons since then that I have not followed through is I don't want my mom losing both kids before she before she, goes to her maker. So, having sometimes that, some people just like, well, that's a good thing. No, man, I had felt that as a bad thing. But I had the conversation with my mom finally a couple of years ago where I said, what if? And she said, I almost used my real name. She said, if that is what you were to choose, I would have no other choice but then to accept it. Now, she's an incredibly God-fearing and loving woman. I am not that counterpart. I don't have those beliefs. I don't think those things to be true. Do I believe it for her? I most certainly do. But when my mom herself basically pulled out the last stop, I for about a week there, I didn't leave the house. I barely lifted my head because what she had unwittingly done, and I've told her about it since, and we cried together about it, but what she did in that moment was she gave me the green light.
Yeah.
It was a trip, bro. It was a really heavy trip for sure.
It's got to be a heavy trip. Because like I said, she's giving you a green light. That's okay. Go ahead. I'll survive. You go ahead.
It was hard for me to understand that what she was doing was she was respecting my humanity. She was allowing herself to say those things, even though she wanted to be able to say something different. An incredibly practical person, and thank goodness I grew up with that same kind of attitude about most things. It got me to the points where I am now, even in the face of that, perhaps the final disaster. But back to you, man.
No, that's a hell of a thing because my mom and dad, they're visiting family right now. They're alive. They're kicking. My mom giving me that green light that, okay. I mean, I can't imagine that. I really can't because I know my mom. My mom will be like, suck it up, you dumbass. But if my mom told me, okay, that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. Fuck me, man. That's some serious weight. Because you know who she is. And my mom, like we all believe, my mom's a fucking saint. And then when they tell you that, you're like, oh shit. I guess all this is in my life. So yeah, brother, I I can see my mom doing it. Now, can I imagine carrying that weight? No, I can't.
Mhm. You know,
Because
and like one of the things, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but one of the things that
you're not
a
in the ring.
well, a conversation that she and I had had historically, I had such a hard time one day getting, telling her about something. We were in a park, I purposely said, let's meet at this park. We had blankets spread out under a tree. We had casual conversation leading up to it. I just started blubbering. I could not get this out. And, and it was not just like 5 or 10 minutes of this. I was sobbing uncontrollably for half an hour, 45 minutes. And finally, she looks at me and she says, I almost used my real name again. She says, but did you kill someone? And I looked at her. That's what shook me out of it. I said, no. But, to bring that back to the conversation we're having right now, this woman was more concerned that I would have taken somebody else's life. And when those two things stacked on top of each other, now I'm kind of painting poor Janice as a potentially bad person to all y'all out there, but I feel the absolute opposite of that. She cared for her fellow man, but she also cares for her son enough to respect him and his choices. But if I were to have transgressed and taken another person's life, that's where Janice cuts the hard line. Nope,
That's
right
different.
there. It was a rough one, man, but it's kind of, it creates a greater dichotomy to the situation. And I'm not trying to, foul the waters, to muddy them up anymore by adding that. But, for the adult man that sits here now, it took me a long time to get that shit figured out, and get it straight. And I didn't care for it at the time, mind you. Go ahead.
No, I was fixing to say, for what we've gone through tonight, having different people on with different situations, what you're talking about right now fits perfectly. And our moms, because God knows I know my mom, she would have been the same way. And it would have been, did you do this wrong thing to someone else? No, I hadn't. Well, then it's completely up to you. Now, did she want you to do that thing? Hell no. Because she knew this world is better with you in it than without you. And that's hard to take for some people. That's hard to take for me. Hey, this world's better with you in it than without you in this sphere, this bubble that you're in. That's not an easy thing sometimes. It's hard for me to think about it with my kids. But hey, mama does know best sometimes. That's why your ass is still here. And for some fucking reason, I'm still here because I had that mom who was like, okay, all this other stuff happened. Okay, so what? What are you going to do with what you have left? I tell my daughter all the time, words don't mean a thing. My daughter's 6, almost 7. Words don't mean a thing. Words are just words. We say them all the time. Someone put their hands on you, that's different. I'm going to tell my son the same thing. Someone said something about your mom. I don't care. Someone said something about your dad. Okay, I'm an asshole. So what? Doesn't mean anything to me, shouldn't mean anything to you. But DJ, your mom, my mom, knew enough to look at us in the worst time of our lives and go, okay, you want to do whatever, It's all right. But this world's better with you here than it is with you gone. Because God knows, if I thought this world was better with me gone, I would be gone already. I got enough shit that will make me gone versus being here.
Well, I want you here and I want G23 here, but I got to go. And it is the suicide tip. It is that I forgot I was supposed to pick up a friend from work and they get off at 2 a.m. So I got a jettison for tonight. But Coop, thank you very much for hosting the kind of conversations a lot of people doesn't want to, saying a lot of the things that people don't want to say out loud, let alone in public kind of thing. And G23, thanks for being the bro that you are. I appreciate you both. I got to say goodbye. So be safe, have fun, carry your guns.
Jettison it. I love you, brother. Get out of here, get your friend, be safe, obey all traffic laws, blinkers when you're gonna turn, all that shit.
Will do, man. Rock. I'm out.
Love you,
Later,
brother.
DJ.
Rock on. G23, you big sexy mofo. G23 is G23, unmute yourself.
Yep.
Yup. Anyway, no, I'm gonna crash in just a minute, man. I gotta get a little bit of sleep before I go to work in the morning. But I couldn't plan on having a conversation night like we've had. I couldn't write it out. And not come out the way that it did, which is honestly and everything ending up, I guess it's hard to say, as honestly as it did. Whether it's you talking, whether it was Dark talking, whether it's Sabar talking, whether it's DJ Play Nice coming in. I don't know how to put it, man. You guys are just outstanding guys, men, I should say. Unmute yourself, man. Come on.
Yeah, tonight was definitely a really, really good show. And I'm glad that we had, DLD on, we had Sabar on, we had DJ on. We all had, really great, things we were talking about, and raw. I mean, it is, it's those raw emotions that come out, and and it is, you can't script stuff like that. They happen because it just, when one thing starts flowing, then it just kind of keeps going, and we've had 4 hours that we've been doing this, and
you definitely can't script things like this. Like you said, you can't script it. It is a real organic situation to where a bunch of guys, you, me, Dark, and everybody get together and talk about where we have been and where we are now. You can't script that sort of thing.
Nope. And I know for me, if I can just help one person, like, hey, this is, this is one of my stories. One of, and you can come back from, being in dark places, and
I was going to say, you can come back from almost anything if you realize that there are guys that have been there before. whether it's you, Dark, Sabar, you can come back from some very, very dark places. And we've been there. Whether it's you, Dark, Sabar, we've been in some very, very seriously dark places. And you can come back from those. You can have a very good life. And that's what some people don't hear. You can have a very good life. And you know, the dark places after a little while don't matter as much as they did while you were in them.
Yep, absolutely.
So I'm gonna end this, guys. I gotta get a little bit of sleep. It's starting to storm.
Oh,
So
before you get out of here, you know
Yeah,
how earlier we were over in the Georgia shooting and trapping,
yep.
Georgia trapping and fishing with Craig, and I made
Yeah.
the comment about Bama's used to getting.
Yep, I already know.
Well, Bama got whooped again
Oh, dude. I don't even pay attention to it.
in the College World Series. Wake Forest beat them 22-5. They whooped that ass.
I don't even pay attention to it. My wife, when me and my wife got together, I hadn't watched sports for a long time. And she got me into Auburn football. Auburn football was the thing. It was Alabama and it was Auburn. And Auburn football was the deal. So I was like, yeah, okay. I got into it. Now I'm like, I don't give a shit. You could run an elephant over with a dump truck full of bullshit. It would not matter to me. If you hit a bald eagle with a 12-gauge shotgun full of shit, it wouldn't matter to me. I'm at that point again. And she did. She got me into Auburn football. Auburn was a thing. And you know how it is in Georgia. There's Auburn football and there's Alabama football. There's one of the two in Alabama. and I just got to where I was done with everything. I didn't care. And it's kind of the story because G23, Dark, Sabar, God knows I'm glad Sabar got on. These guys all have a very serious story that a lot of people need to hear that they don't hear outside of what happens on like a channel or something like that. G23 has got a channel. If you're not following G23, fucking wake up. You need to follow my brother G23. If you're not following Dark, DLD After Dark, you need to follow DLD After Dark. If you're not following Sabar, look to the chat, and I gotta find him. Follow my brother Sabar. DJ Play Nice. I can't remember whether G23. I don't think DJ has a channel, does he?
No, but he co-hosts every Saturday night over on A Great Start Shooting with Brooke Cheney for Suicide Prevention Saturdays.
Yep. So DJ doesn't have a channel, but DJ hosts or co-hosts on Brooke's channel. Brooke, A Great Start Shooting School. You need to look her up. A Great Start Shooting School. Which DJ does a lot on a lot of people's channels, and people don't realize how much he does. I can't quantify it. I can't stick it in a box and say DJ does this. Well, DJ does so much for everybody's channels that I can't stick that into one place. So if you look up a Great Start Shooting School and DJ's there, follow DJ Play Nice and go from there. And I'm sorry, guys, in the side chat, I've been so focused on the main guys tonight, and I didn't plan that. $3,227. But I haven't seen a lot of stuff that's happened in the side chat. I'll put it that way. I have all the guys that we've had in the main chat tonight. That's what I've been focused on. And the reason I've been focused on them, to be honest with you guys, is because I wanted to kind of draw out people's stories, whether it's G23, whether it's Dark, whether it's Sabar. Sabar's getting back. Hopefully he'll start doing some more content, and we can start following him on his channels. There's a lot that's gone on tonight, and if you guys haven't followed us for a little while, you don't realize the depth of what has happened. As I got like storms going in the background. But yeah, is like Sabar, you don't realize, unless you've been following for a little while, you don't realize the depth of what he said tonight. DLD After Dark. If you haven't followed him for a little while, you don't realize what he talked about tonight and how deep that went. G23. If you don't follow G23, you don't realize how deep that stuff goes. For me, if you haven't followed for a little while, you don't realize how deep stuff goes. Again, just to throw the whole thing in there. But I hope to God someone sees this later. They see G23, they see Sabar, they see Dark, they see me, and they look at their own situation and they go, well, goddamn, this guy G23, well, he came out of it. This guy Sabar, he came out of it. This guy Coop, he came out of it. And I'm not completely out of it, guys. That's honestly where I'm at. I'm not completely out of certain things. But these guys, G23 and Dark and Sabar, they help me realize that there are more things out there. 14 months. These are the guys that I hold. DJ Play Nice, Dark, Sabar. These are the guys that I hold in front of me to realize that I do have more that is in my life. It's where like G23, and he may not realize the fact that he is such a bulwark in between people and other bad things that they might think. Sabar may not realize that he is that same bulwark, that same blockage in between people and bad things they might think. But G23, my brother, I want you to realize, which I'm fixing to end this shit, but you are the one who is that blockage, that bulwark in between people doing shit that, oh, I don't need to be here to, maybe I need to be here, and I need to kind of be that example. You are that dude.
Yeah, and it's not always the easiest thing to talk about, but it does have to be talked about from time to time, so that
it does. It definitely needs to be talked about. you're definitely one who is in that gap where people do need to hear that. And like I said, I'm gonna end this one like I always do. I love each and every one of you guys. You guys are fucking awesome. Be cool, Herbs. Keep that thing on you at all times. I'm going to add a little something else to it. Realize that there are guys out there, G23, in some cases myself, Dark, Sabar, we've been there. Hit us up. We'll talk to you. We will be there for you. I don't know how else to end that, but we are there. Shit ain't fun all the time. I wanted to do this whole stream with something else that wasn't any more fun than what we're doing right now. I promise you. But G23 will be there. I will be there. Dark will be there. Sabar will be there. You guys need to be the ones who decide to be there, and we will help you. Sound like playing G23?
Yep. You know, if somebody reaches out, you know,
tell everybody good night, G23, because I'm fixing to tell everybody good night.
Yep. Peace out, everyone. Have a good night. And we are all here to help if people need it to talk.
Okay. I'll say this because I'm fixing it. G23 is much understated. He's a fucking killer dude. Hit him up if you're having some of the issues we've talked about tonight. Hit me up if you are having some of the issues we talked about tonight. Other than that, you guys be cool. Keep that thing on you at all times. This thing kind of a little halfway. Yeah, keep that thing on you at all times. And I'm out. And if you guys heard that, that's a big ass lightning strike in my backyard.
Oh yeah, we heard it.
You guys are absolutely outstanding. Gabber, freaking Ferdinand, all you guys. I love you guys to death. You guys be cool. We'll do another one sometime next couple nights. I promise. I'll show off some more shit. Did the AK, did the AR, did the blue ballers, all that shit. But you guys be cool. And we're out. Out. We're out. Where's the button? G23, where's the button?